All right, so we are so glad to have you all here this morning. We're also really glad to have Austin and Jason here this morning. The purpose of the program that we're trying to run this summer, in terms of the purpose of Summer Bridge overall, is to really welcome our students back to our school communities, especially students who may not have been in person with us when folks came back in person this spring, to rebuild students' sense of connection with their peers and with caring adults at their schools. And to really give students a clear sense of what our school culture is, because at this point, so many of our students have been away from our campuses, away from each other, and away from caring adult communities for a really long time. So we're looking at a significant percentage of folks who have been disparate, who are bringing back in, though we know that you've all been doing a ton of work for the past year to make sure that those connections have remained, even while we've been at a distance. So we want to do introductions and just talk a little bit about how this training and this program fits into the overall Summer Bridge program, and then Austin and Jason will take it away for the whole day. So I'm Liz Sanders. I know some of you I've met in person before, some of you, this is the first time we're meeting in person, and we've just been emailing a whole lot. I'm the Assistant Director of Secondary Ed. And so part of how I found Collective Capital was having done leadership trainings before where it was very improv theater based. And so when we were trying to figure out what program could we use for our students this summer to build their SEL capacities that is genuine to what they need as young people right now, that isn't just a boxed SEL curriculum where they're sitting and reading about gratitude or reading about social emotional learning, but they're actually actively involved in the interpersonal work of social emotional learning. That's when we thought about, well, how can we find a group that is working with improvisation, working with participatory structures from a research-based lens, but in a way that's really up on its feet and interactive and fun for kids. And so that's when we approached Collective Capital, and we're really excited that they were up for partnering with us. And I'll let Austin and Jason introduce themselves and give a little bit of an intro, and then we can go around the whole group and make sure that we all know which schools we're from and what everyone's names are, since we'll be interacting with each other today.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. So I'm Austin. I'm one of the co-founders of Collective Capital. And the way Collective Capital was born was I was studying improvisational theater at Stanford University. And when I was doing that type of work, I kept getting asked by classes on campuses, occasionally businesses around campus that wanted to bring improv into their workspace and use some of the principles that we were learning in an improvisational theater context to help them become better collaborators in whatever they were doing. And I started doing a lot of this work, and I started to realize, like, wow, improvisation and applied improvisation is such a great skill set for just learning how to think on your feet, how to collaborate with others, how to build on the ideas of others. And so a group of us that were born out of the Stanford improvisational space were like, let's continue doing this. And we've been leading applied improv workshops for schools, for companies around the country, around the world for the past 7 years. And as Liz said, it's a really great framework to help students in an interactive, participatory, and very playful way start to practice the skill sets of things like listening. All these skill sets that we often just take for granted, like, oh, I'm either a good listener, or yeah, I'm probably a good listener, maybe I'm not, or yeah, I like to collaborate with others. It's like these are all muscles that we can practice, and we have activities that we learn in a theater context that we've adapted for these types of contexts that get people to actually practice those skill sets. So we're gonna lead you through a bunch of those activities today. And I'll let Jason talk a little bit about his background. I guess the other thing I would say is when I'm not leading Collective Capital workshops and doing this, I work as a video journalist and a documentary filmmaker. And I'm from Santa Rosa, California, which is, I'm living in New York currently, so it's good to be back in California.
Thank you, Austin.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming here. I know it was a weekend. Just really appreciate your time and what you're doing for the kids. My background and how we found each other is pretty awesome. Austin was my brother's roommate at Stanford, and is now one of our closest and fondest friends. My background, I studied science and technology and the advancements of that, how that affects people at the University of Pennsylvania. And I went off to go play professional soccer for 5 years in Europe. And over that time, I learned a lot about teamwork and development and being on your own and isolated in foreign countries. And when I came back, well, at my time there, and when I came back, I started studying personality mapping and neurolinguistic programming and trying to understand how the way that we speak connects to our mind patterns and affects the way that we experience the world. And working with some of the partners that I have outside of this, we decided we wanted to give back to the community, and I could help build some frameworks. And then I came across the word social emotional learning, which to me was the same as neurolinguistic programming, is, you know, all of these patterns about the way that we think about ourselves and think about others. And so I did a deep dive. I took a course, a year-long course at Rutgers, learning about the social emotional learning core competencies and how to instruct teachers and students on building these skills so that I can go into schools and create experiential learning for the kids. To me, that is everything. Just like you said, when you're reading something, you're not feeling it inside your body. And one of the biggest problems that I see happening is that, you know, unless students and teachers are able to change people's states, change the way that their bodies are, change the physicality of what's going on, so that you can feel inside your body what is happening and how you are learning, and then it becomes knowledge, then it kind of just gets stuck. And so Austin actually had come to New York and had trained me in some of these improv exercises, which then I laid the groundwork for how social emotional learning fit into that. And I went into schools personally and also did this with a group of 150 students once a month, every month, right before Corona hit, and that kind of segmented. And so this right here is us coming together. This is super exciting for us, and I'm extremely excited to, you know, lay some of the groundwork in the improv exercises of how this applies to the social emotional learning concepts, and then how we can help the kids focus their attention on these concepts as we do debriefs or as we lead through these improv exercises, what they should be focusing on, how they can get into the proper state, how they can feel different emotions, how they can feel different communication styles. We're going to go through the whole thing. And really.
So before we kind of touch on like what you exactly are going to get out of this workshop, I think we'll end with that. So maybe so we can hear a little bit about who you are and why you're here, why you're excited about doing this type of work. Let's go around and do that, and then we'll finish off the circle by just sharing like what you're going to get out of this specifically, and we'll jump into it.
Okay. I'm Ann Budak. I teach English and philosophy here at Armio. And I'm going to be the teacher in charge for our summer school session 1. And I'm excited to be here. I have no idea what this is going to look like.
Great.
So I think it's going to be really
That's a perfect spot to be. That's a perfect spot. Everyone can let that out. That's good.
My name is Tori Jarnigan. I'm a social studies teacher at Zen Continuation on the Armio campus. I'm going to be one of the summer school teachers, so I came here to learn and figure out what this is because I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm not sure what to expect.
Cool.
Awesome.
My name is Michelle Wallace. I'm going to be the teacher in charge over at Semieto during the same session in July. I'm here to learn. It's definitely outside my comfort zone, improv and that kind of stuff, but I have done, I think, something similar with the Globe Theater through UC Davis.
Oh, great.
To see, hopefully that will help.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
I'm Val Kios. I'm from Fairfield High School. I'm the assistant principal. I'll be teacher in charge for the SEL part at the location of PSA, though. We're combining because we're having a lot of construction done in there.
PSA is, what is
The
that?
Public Safety Academy.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
it's like right down the street from us. So we're combining our forces
Okay, cool.
for the summer. So
Great,
we're
great,
gonna,
great.
Make sure Fairfield High and PSA kids together.
Fantastic.
On the campus.
All right.
So what do I want to get out of this? I just think social emotional is huge.
Yeah.
now, and I feel like technology's kind of gotten us there because I feel like kids will sit in the same room and they won't talk. They'll just text to each other. Like, you guys have lost total reality of like socialize with each other. Like even like they're like, oh yeah, me and this guy were talking. I'm like, what does that mean? They're like, oh, we just text at night. But when they come to school, they don't talk to each other. I'm like, what is happening in this world?
Yeah.
So I love the idea of the improv, like getting people involved and making them, forcing them to talk and really feel the emotions and things like that. So I'm pretty excited.
Awesome. Great.
My name is Tessa Pryor.
She just got married.
I just got married.
All right.
So I teach chemistry at Fairfield High School, and I'm going to be teacher in charge on the operations side for the Fairfield side, and
Yeah.
And I really have no idea what to expect here.
Perfect.
I'm here to learn and to experience it and maybe share it with the other teachers who are going to be doing it.
Fantastic. Great.
All right, I'm Mike Sagan. I teach video game design and video production at Rockview High School. And I was originally going to teach video game design to the Session 1 kids, and I was approached to be a teacher in charge. I figured, what the heck, why not? I'll be completely honest, I have no expectations whatsoever from this. In my experience, I've been teaching for 19 years. In my experience, the best way to make a kid come out of their shell and converse with you is to show them that you care, and just to be there every single day. So I'm not entirely convinced that you can force social emotional learning on anybody. It's just something that you have to do over a period of time, and it's got to be done every single day. And the biggest thing that I've noticed this year that we've lost is the fact that kids were given the ability to completely disengage from reality by hiding behind an icon. And I understand the reason why, but as a consequence, they lost touch with each other, they lost touch with us, and it dawned on me that I don't know more than maybe 5 of my kids. I have 150 some odd. I just had a senior approach me at Senior Sunset and tell me his name, and I'm like, oh, you're not that fat little chihuahua I see on the screen all the time.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Didn't hear his voice before, so
Yeah.
it's kind of cool.
That's
But
cool.
yeah, I don't have any expectation for this, but I understand that improv is always saying yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Correct? Okay, cool. No, it's saying yes.
There you go.
I'm Rebecca Lesk. I'm a counselor here at RMEO. And I'm second. I'm after her in the teacher in charge position. And yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I'm a counselor. My background's in clinical counseling and educational counseling, and the social emotional learning. And like when you said it's like a muscle, and I think I'm excited to hopefully maybe even bring this to teachers next year, just because I think from a counseling perspective, I totally agree with what you said. Like, you can, I mean, we have great teachers who bring that out and build relationships with students, and others who don't as well. And so it really is like a muscle, and you know, if you don't care, you're not going to get far with students. And so excited to kind of see how we can apply this to both summer and potentially in the future.
Great. Anything you want to add, Liz? Or?
So I'm Liz Sanders. I know I've worked with many of you in a variety of capacities this year, and for some of you, this is the first time that we're working together. This is my first year in Fairfield Sassoon Unified, though it's been quite the year. It kind of feels like it's been 3 years in 1 year. I'm really excited by the opportunity for us as a collective group here today to get a sense of what social emotional learning might be and can be, because I think it's one of those terms that we use in schools all the time that we haven't necessarily normed for ourselves as adults. So I think any time that we can engage in it together and try to figure out what is this and how can we use this for kids, it's a really rich opportunity.
Great. So, first of all, I love everyone who's just like, it's like you in some ways are embodying the improvisational mindset already by so many of the people being like, I don't know what the hell we're doing here today, like, but I'm here, like I'm just showing up. And that's like a big part of like what we preach when it comes to applied improvisation. The way that today is gonna work, Jason and I have designed a social emotional learning curriculum for an 11-day summer program, 45-minute sessions each. You all are gonna adapt that, take tools from that, and like adapt it to who you are, what your student base is, what the needs of the people that you're working with are. Our goal here is to expand the vocabulary when it comes to talking about social emotional learning, and to give you just a new framework and potentially a template that you can now bring to teachers and bring to other students. And the way that's going to work is for each of the 11 days, we have about 3 improv activities per day that hit on the learning goal for that particular day. And when I say improv, a lot of us might have the idea of like we're getting up on stage and like performing in front of people. It's not that. And you'll see that. We're going to experience it today. Yeah, right. You're not going to be put like on stage in front of everyone, except we'll maybe put you on stage and say. All the activities that we have designed and are bringing to you today and are going to be in those packets for you to take home are individual activities, partner activities, small group activities that are low pressure. They're designed to get people out of their comfort zone just a little bit so that we can kind of get to that place where they're pushing themselves or they're learning, but it's not going to be getting people just like out on the ledge. And these activities have been honed over many years to make sure that that's the spot that they're in. The way that these sessions also work is you do an activity, and then we kind of come into a circle like this, and we kind of debrief. We pull out the learnings. The way that all these implied improvisational trainings work is you do some sort of playful exercise, and then the work as the educators or the facilitators of these exercises, we come back together and we facilitate some knowledge transfer. Okay, that was a playful little activity, but what can we learn from that that actually applies to the work we're doing in schools? What can we actually apply that to the work that we're doing like at home, our lives with friends, relationships? The best way to get a sense of all this is we're going to just jump in, and today is going to be packed full of activities. So we're going to go through pretty quick, and that is the reason that we have a camera back there and that we're wearing mics, is everything we're going to be doing, all the activities are going to be filmed, and you're going to get step-by-step directions for all the activities we're going to learn today that is going to be mapped to this 11-day program. And we'll give you a digital version of that as well. That's so when you bring it back to your schools or your teachers, or if you want to reference it yourself, you have both written instructions. You can go back and watch the video for the particular activity to see how I'm facilitating it or Jason's facilitating it. So that's just to help you as we leave today, and so you can revisit it before like every single session that the teachers are leading for the summer program. Before we jump into the improv exercises and really hit the ground running, I want to pass it over to Jason, who's going to talk a little bit about social emotional learning, the framework, what that is, what is SEL, and how we thought about breaking down these 11 days.
Yeah. So I'm sure many of you are familiar with Castle's breakdown of social emotional learning. I always like to think about it as and especially in these activities, as everything kind of just gets mixed together, and we're going to just separate them and stack them on top of each other as we build throughout the program. But just to go over them very, very briefly, we're going to start with self-awareness. We're going to talk about and help the children understand where their strengths and weaknesses lie, and hopefully help them build a sense of optimism and confidence through that. And so that self-awareness is going to really hone in and focus on identity. It's going to focus on state of being. When I say state, I just mean the way someone shows up, the mood they show up in, the physicality. We're going to focus a lot on these activities in this self-awareness part on what your body language is like, what the kids are focusing on, and the inner language that's going on in their mind. And that is going to be like the way that someone creates emotions. And that's how we all create emotions. So that's going to be the focal point of self-awareness. Then we're going to move into self-management, not particularly in this order. Self-management, we have a lot of stressors going on, especially nowadays, technology, there's stressors everywhere, social anxiety, all these things. So this is going to be about managing stress. It's going to be about developing motivation. This is going to be about really trying to figure out, what are the academic standards we want to set for the kids and we want the kids to set for themselves, and also their personal standards. All is going to fall into self-management. Then we're going to move into social awareness. Social awareness is all about getting into the perspective of other people, having the kids, once they're understanding their sense of self and their identity, also now understanding, well, what must this person be thinking? What kind of responsibility do they have? What are their motives? What are their intentions? Why are they communicating the way that they are? And now I can try my best to understand where they're coming from and then understand where I sit within that framework. Then we're going to move into the fourth category, relationship skills. Now, again, these are all going to be sprinkled into our curriculum. It's kind of stacked over one another, but the relationship skills we're going to be focusing on is communication, listening, and in depth, communicating clearly. We're going to be going into things like tones, inflection points, how when you can speak aggressive or passive aggressive, or are we speaking authoritative or passive, getting the kids inside their bodies to really understand what that's like to communicate like that and what it's like to be communicated to like that. We're also going to talk about resolving conflicts, problem solving, things like that. And then finally and lastly, we're going to be talking about responsible decision making. What are the norms that are going on in the school system with the teachers? How to think about the consequences of our actions, how to go and ask for help, how to speak to the people that care about us, how to find the teachers, ask for help, things like that. And that's going to be those are the 5 core competencies that we'll focus on. We're going to go through it, so we want to do less reading today and less pamphlet work, so we're just going to experience it all. But you will see in the curriculum how it's laid out. You'll have the name of the unit, so maybe it's self-awareness, the lesson number. We're going to break it down into the goals, and then key points, vocabulary, and then all the exercises that apply to that.
Yeah, let's actually pass them out so you can have a look at it real quick before we jump in.
Will each of our staff be getting one?
Orange one?
So I have an online version, a Google Docs version. We're just going to figure it out. We'll email this to you in PDF form, and everyone can print this out. But
Color preference.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Yes, and we're going to do a bunch of name activities too. Okay, so for pretty much the whole day today, you're going to see that under each lesson, there's a number of activities, and we're just going to do the activities so that you get a chance to feel what the activities are like. We're going to do a debrief like you would with students. We're going to just run through it. We're going to run through it pretty quickly so you can get a taste of all the activities. And then you'll be able to go back again to the video or go back to the directions here to lead them and reference them before you lead them with students. So we're just going to run through this. And I encourage you to kind of jump in, to lean into a little bit of that discomfort. You can trust us to keep everyone safe in this room and not put you out too much on that limb. And is there any questions about what we're doing today or what this is all about, other than just the normal, I don't know what's about to happen? Okay, cool. So let's move the chairs kind of to the outside so we have a nice open space here before we jump in. The first session of this 11-day program is on self-awareness and physical state. And so we're going to run through some of the activities that happens in that section. Jason, anything you want to say on self-awareness and this first lesson when it comes to physical state? Yeah, so this first lesson, and I always love this as the starting point of anything, is really about the physicality of your body. If you have a student coming into the class and you're able to say something that's caring, you're able to get them involved in that space, and they step in with a state with their body up, back, shoulders back. They're open, they're ready to learn, they're ready to engage. Completely different than a student who's going to be coming in and still dealing with the pressures of what's going on outside and is a little smaller and wants to stay to themselves and wants to go and be in their own world. And so that's what we're going to be focusing on. And this lesson is changing people's states and helping them recognize the difference consciously of how they're changing state. Beautiful. Before we start, find a new place in the circle.
Do you want to go over names one more time, just out loud?
That's our first activity.
There we go.
Find a new place. All right. The first activity that we are going to play today is called Clown Circle. Okay, the way clown circle works is one at a time. Someone is going to step out towards the middle of the circle. They're going to say their name, and they're going to do some sort of action. So, Jason, do you want to demo what that looks like?
Hi, I'm Jason.
Great, okay. And then he walks back, and now everyone is going to copy exactly what Jason did. So, hi, I'm Jason.
Hi,
and
I'm
then
Jason.
hit the pose and then walk back. And so, and you can even do we can just take one step. So I'll do it, and then everyone's going to copy me. So I'll just go, Austin. So then I step back, and everyone do exactly what I just did.
Austin.
Beautiful. Now let's have you go.
I don't know.
That's great. That's great.
Tori. Anne. Liz. Yeah.
Michelle.
Michelle with the dab. Woo.
Val.
Val.
Tessa.
Tessa.
Okay. Mike.
Yeah.
Mike.
Mike. Becca.
Do one more, Jay. Do one more. We'll end with you.
Jason.
Jason. Beautiful. That's clown circle. A great way to get to some names out there, and you notice how that just starts to change the energy in the room immediately. Tries to start to change the state of being. Next activity we're going to go into is something called wander walk. So I'm going to have everyone just move around the circle, just walk around the open space, just start to explore the room, and this can be a silent activity. Just start to wander. Take some deep breaths. We're in this weird workshop where you don't really know what's about to happen, but you're trusting it, meeting some new people, saying your name and doing odd actions. If you notice yourself walking in a particular pattern, you can just break that pattern, turn around, kind of explore. You can touch some things. And speed up that walk just a little bit. Not in a rush, but nice and easy. As you walk by people, you can make some eye contact with them. They showed up here. If you feel like you're just going in circles, it's okay to break that circle and go in a square. Okay. As you're moving around the circle, if you hear me clap my hands, keep moving, everyone keep moving. If you hear me clap my hands, I want you to change direction immediately on the clap, okay? Just change direction and then keep going in another direction. Great. Okay, good. Okay. When I say go, as you're walking around the circle, as you're walking around the space, when I say go, I want you to point at things, and I want you to just shout what the name of the thing is you're pointing at, okay? I'm going to do that for a couple seconds, then I'll call you back to stop doing that. When I say go,
Floor.
hold on.
Ceiling.
That was a clap. Change directions.
Oh.
It's all good.
I got ambitious.
I even got my co-facilitator on that one. All right. Now you see I'm going to be throwing stuff at you all day here. Okay, so when I say go, that's when you're going to start yelling the name of things. Ready, set, go. Pull, chair, paper,
table,
Coca-Cola. Keep doing it. Chair, coffee, phone, orange juice, poster.
Computer. Camera.
Okay, let that go. Keep walking around the room. Change direction on the clap. Okay. Now, I don't know when this is going to happen, and no one is going to signal when it's going to happen, But at some point, everyone is just going to stop moving at the exact same time. I don't know when it's going to happen, though. I'm not going to say, no one's going to hold up their hand and say, but collectively, we're just going to like feel that moment is here, and everyone's going to stop moving at the exact same time. It's okay. That's okay. All right, I want everyone to close their eyes. Close their eyes. Okay. Take a couple deep breaths in and out. Another deep breath in and out. Maybe wiggle your toes on your shoes. Feel yourself grounded to the floor. Just notice how your body is feeling. Notice if there's stress in there. Notice if it's calm. No judgment placed on that. And today, a lot of the activities we're going to do, you're going to notice that you're going to have this intuition that you're going to want to judge things that are happening. Even in that activity we just did when we were saying our names and doing an action. Notice how we placed judgment on whether, was that a clever action? Was that a good action? Today, let's practice letting go of that judgment and just being okay with whatever our brain gives us. Take another deep breath in and out. Okay, keep your eyes closed. Everyone is standing on the same carpet right now. I want you to imagine in your head, what color is the carpet? See if you remember, what color is the carpet? Okay. And then we have someone in our group is, we have Liz. Liz is in our group, and Liz is wearing a jacket. She's wearing a jacket. Imagine in your mind, can you remember what kind of jacket Liz is wearing? So you're imagining the floor, imagining Liz's jacket. And then we have Jason, my co-facilitator over here. He's wearing a particular mask. Do you remember what the color of Jason's mask is? Take another deep breath in and out. When I say go, you'll open your eyes, you can check your answers, and then we'll all start moving at the same time. Ready, set, go. Okay, and we'll move again. All right, as you move, as you walk around, I want you to walk as if you are on the beach. It is just like the loveliest day. As you walk on the beach, I want you to kick the sand. It's a beach day. All right, kick the sand, feel it under your toes. Let it, not only you're feeling it in your feet as you walk through the sand, but let that inform your whole body, how you're just kind of like so relaxed. You're on vacation, Memorial Day weekend, and walking on the beach. Okay, and walk neutrally, just back to walking neutrally. All right, now I want you to pretend you are like a high-powered CEO and you are late for a meeting. So you got to get to your meeting, you got to check your watch maybe. Like you are a little bit late. Make sure to change direction on the clap when I clap. There you go, there you go. Okay, walk neutrally. Back to normal. Everyone's neutral is not a high-powered CEO late for a meeting. That's good, no stress there. Okay, now I want you to walk as if you are on the moon. We are in zero gravity. Be on the moon. Who knows what it feels like, but we're pretending we do. Okay, walk neutrally. All right, when I say go, you are now going to point at things in the room, and you are going to yell the name of anything in the world that thing is not. Okay, so if I'm going to point at a chair, I could just yell giraffe. Okay, you're going to point at things, yell the name of something they're not. Ready, set, go.
Turtles.
Balloon.
Beach.
Kite. Bag. A rabbit.
Swiss knife.
Carrots.
Yellow. Love.
Ceiling.
Eating.
All right, let that go.
Water
Let that
bottle.
go. Keep walking. Okay. Change direction on the clap. Okay. We're now going to move into the same sort of activity. It's a build on this. This is called enemy defender triangles, which you will see in your pamphlet later. So what we're going to do, as you are walking around the space, I want you to silently and secretly start to track somebody in the room. Don't let them know that you chose them, though. Out of your peripheral vision, just kind of know where that person is at all times. Okay, this is a person A. Keep moving. That's person A. Now I want you to pick another person in the room to track silently and secretly. Don't let them know you picked them. So now you should be tracking two people. Two people in the room, person A and a person B. When I say go, I want you to form a perfect equilateral triangle between you, person A, and person B, and don't stop until you get there. You got to keep moving. Ready, set, go. So if your points keep moving, you have to keep moving. 3, 2, 1. Pause. All right, pause. All right, good. All right, everyone point to your person A. Point to your person B. Okay, raise your hand if you have like kind of an equilateral triangle. All right. Raise your hand if you have more like an isosceles or scalene. All right, there we go.
Raise your hand if geometry was not your subject.
If your geometry is not your subject.
You don't know what that triangle looks like.
That's great. All right, drop that, walk around again. When I say go, I want everyone to just go, woohoo! 1, 2, 3, go. Woo! Beautiful. This time, I want you to pick a new person A, not the same person, but pick them, track them in the room. Pick a new person B to also track in the room. Find two people silently and secretly. Okay. This time, I want you to imagine that person A is like a villain in this story, and person B is your defender. You have to position, when I say go, person B in between you and person A to save yourself. Ready, set, go. Get there, you gotta save yourself. You gotta get there. 4, 3, 2, 1, and pause, and hold. All right. Raise your hand if you saved yourself. Okay? Raise your defender just kept trying to get in front of you. Raise your hand if you're a little bit vulnerable right now. Very vulnerable. A lot of vulnerabilities. All right, I want everyone to point to the villain. Who is the attacker?
I got rocked.
All right, I want everyone to know who is your defender? Who is the defender? There you go. That's not cool. All right, drop that. One more time, we're going to walk around again. One more time, walk around again.
He kept moving. I'm like, why are you?
All right, we'll walk around again. Hands on the clap. I want you to pretend like you are walking on hot coals. Just real quick. Nice quick feet. Don't burn yourself. And neutrally. On 3, woohoo. 1, 2, 3. Woo! All right, track a new person A. And a new person B. Don't let them know that you chose them. Okay. A and a B. This round, person A, again, they're the villain in this story. This time, person B is a helpless victim. When I say go, your job is to position yourself in between A and B to save person B. You got to be the hero of this story. Save person B. Ready, set, go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and hold. There we go. All right. Raise your hand if you were heroic. You saved the helpless victim. Okay, nice. raise your hand if you were a little less heroic than you'd imagined in the dreams. Yeah, it's always like that. People on the outside of the circle are like, yeah, me, yeah. All right, point to the villain in the story. Okay. And then point to the helpless victim. Did you save me?
I saved
Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Drop that, and let's bring our chairs back, and we'll just sit in a circle real quick. Nice. The last activity there. Okay. All right. Okay. So, when I am leading these types of workshops for students, imagine I have 45 minutes, and we haven't gone through all the activities in lesson 1 yet. But again, what the rhythm usually is, we'll do an activity, we'll talk about it. What did we notice? And typically, those types of debriefs just start off with very open-ended questions just to get the conversation going. So right there, what we just did, we did clown circle, which was the game where we stepped out, did an action, said our name, started to change our state, started to get to know the names of the people in the room. Then we did the wander and walking, different prompts there that I was just coming up with, and then we did the enemy defender triangles. So after each one of those activities, I might get together, a little quick circle up, how's that going? Like, how's that feeling? So I'm going to do that with you today as well. Let's just like talk about what we noticed, how'd that feel. So let's go to the wander and walking. What did we notice about that? Was it fun? Was it weird? Like, how was it, just in general? No right or wrong answers, just shout about it.
It was nice because it forced you to get in the what would normally be the defended space of the person that you're getting next to. I didn't have a choice. I had to get next to every single person in the room.
Right. In the like defender triangles thing, yeah.
Well, no, just wandering around.
Oh, just wandering around. Yeah.
Normally you keep a pretty decent distance between you and the person, especially nowadays with COVID. You have to keep a big distance.
Right.
And it's almost become second nature. It's kind of difficult to get close to people and not feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So, I was forced to get close to everybody.
Yeah.
Which was cool.
Yeah, I know. It feels great.
We're like in one little ball.
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, you kind of get you get to see all the different perspectives of the room rather than just where you're sitting and how everybody looks to you. If you're moving around, you kind of see where everybody else is, what everyone else is seeing, I guess.
Yeah. And anyone else want to build on that? Yeah.
Well, I like the part where you said, make eye contact with somebody.
Yeah.
Because normally you're looking down, you're not doing that. I think the kids would really appreciate that too. You need to make eye contact when you're walking around.
Yeah, what a powerful connecting force. And the cool thing about like this wandering walking, I think you're touching on it. It's like, it's even the way the room is set up right now, it's like, okay, we're doing something different. And I think that's like can be so powerful to just like change the expectation and the state of the room so that people are showing up in a different place than normal, right? Especially when you walk around, you're just breaking the patterns of everyday activities. And what an opportunity we have now transitioning back into school, because there are no patterns right now. Like, we're setting new patterns. And that's why I think this is a like great moment to like establish some new patterns there. And in that wander and walking thing, if you're facilitating this or teaching other people how to facilitate an activity like this, you can add all sorts of calls. Sometimes I'll lead that activity for like 20 minutes straight of just like walking around, and I might say, okay, like go take a seat and like look at a window for 2 minutes and just like see what you notice that you were missing before. It's an activity around that kind of presence. What about the enemy defender triangles? We did like an equilateral triangle. We did the save yourself one, save another person one. What did anyone notice in that activity?
I love like the energy shift from like us like sitting to like, I felt like all of a sudden we were all like bonded. And like in that we all of a sudden just like, you got out of your brain and into your body, and I think our kids especially need that because they're just all up in their head right now. But I love that all of a sudden we were like teammates rather than just like, oh, you're new, I don't know you. Like, we're just like totally bonded as like one collective.
Yeah, cool.
Or enemy.
Yeah, or enemy.
You give everyone a similar goal,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and they're all forced to either work together or work against one another, but nonetheless, they're forced to work, within the space of one another. They have to pay attention to who the enemy is and who the protected person is.
Yeah, absolutely.
It broke my safety net. Like most kids, like I'm like the kids too, where you have like one or two people you know,
Yeah.
and you're like, okay, I'm gonna follow them. I'm gonna go to their group, and that forced me to like stop it. Stop following her. You gotta pick another person now.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
okay. I felt comfortable, so now I'm comfortable looking at all of you guys.
Right.
Before I was like, no.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm wondering if we could, like, how to throw in the social distancing into the enemy defender thing, because I think it'll be kind of fun to also tell the kids to, like, you have to maintain 6 feet of space
Yeah.
too while you're defending each other.
Yeah.
Is that something that you guys have experienced, like, because we got pretty close. That
Yeah,
one
for sure.
struggle, I don't think we're really supposed to have the kids that close to each other.
Great question. So yeah, I think for any of the activities we lead today, that's good to keep in mind, and I think you can absolutely just say that direction. Like here is another constraint that we're working in and that we're going to have to work within, and that's just the way it is. And I think we actually have, like lesson 6 or 7, the entire lesson is around how to view constraints as opportunities for creativity. And this is like a perfect example of that, which is like you have to defend, but you have to maintain this six feet like bubble. And I think people would try.
Especially if you're outside, because we have
Yeah.
the whole area.
Yeah.
It's so funny, because I was thinking, when we did that one, I was thinking like, if right when we sat down, if you were to be like, hey, everyone go to the center and be within a foot of each other, that would have been like the most like awkward. You're like, I don't know you. But
Right.
because we like built that bond, we were like, I'll fight for you. Like, we got so close.
Absolutely.
What did you notice about the difference between the wandering around and like just starting to get into motion? Now we're standing up, and then Austin had suggested, we move through the beach, and then you walk as a high-powered CEO, and the shifting of your body when you had a thought like that, and then the shift of that into, enemy defender triangles, and like what it was like to just have fun as you were trying to solve a problem. What came up for you?
I realized that I spend way too much time walking like a high-power CEO. It has nothing to do with me feeling like I'm high-powered. I just want to get from point A to point B, so I can do it very rapidly.
Yeah.
Spend way too much time.
I realized I didn't really want to change my walk when I was a high power CEO. I was like, oh God, everyone's speeding up. Like, can't we just walk this way?
Yeah, I think I've led that activity in so many different settings over so many different years. And one of the reasons, and you'll see this as throughout our curriculum, is the activities are structured in a very specific way where it's building connection and building comfort in the space and practicing some of the core competencies of improvisation. They're layered on top of each other so we get to a place in a safe way, like you're saying. Like if we just started like that, wouldn't feel safe, but then we build an activity around it, now it feels a little bit more safe. Notice like the energy in the room ramp up even just through that little 10-minute activity, from like just wandering your own space to doing the defender thing. And one of the things that I always love to point out is it always seems like the most hectic when you're having to save somebody else. And I think that's because we're social creatures that have this beautiful programming, which is like we want to look out for other people, even in this contrived, made-up scenario where you probably didn't even know the person you were saving. And I think that's like a...
Did anyone think of it like the other way, like who's trying to save me during that? Whoa.
Was that what you were thinking?
No, I was thinking like, who am I saving?
Right, yeah.
Someone else trying to save that.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Okay, so those are the first couple activities in the first lesson, and we're gonna keep jumping through it. So the next activity is called Yes and Party Planning. And what we're gonna do, let's see how many people we have. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Is that right? Am I counting that right? Okay, we're gonna break you guys up into groups of 4. So why don't we just like split down the middle here? Let's have you four, and then you four. And let's have you guys just bring your chairs like you're just hanging out with your group. I'll try to do activities in chairs when we can, just because we're going to have a lot of time on our feet here. So, at the beginning of this session, what's your name again, sir?
Mike.
Mike. I did hear Mike mention something about improv is all about saying yes. You may have heard like improv, yes and. That's kind of like the thing people might have heard about improv. Oh, you're supposed to say yes and. What yes and is and why it is so core to improv, and so core to, I believe, like any creative work. As a theatrical performer, when I get up on stage and I'm making up a story in front of a paying audience, the only thing that I have to work with is whatever my partner says on stage. So if my partner comes out on stage and he's like, wow, this is a beautiful house. All I have to work with as I come on stage is, okay, now I know I'm in a house. I need to accept that reality, because I can't come on stage and be like, wow, this is a sweet amusement park, because I just completely rejected what he said, and now no one knows where we are. The way a story moves forward is you come out on stage and say, wow, this is a beautiful house. Look at that chandelier. And in doing that, I have essentially said yes and. I took the suggestion that he made for in a house and built on it. And the story moves forward when my scene partner would say like, oh, yes. You know what? I saw that on that show, Antiques Roadshow. That must cost at least $2 million. So now we've gone from an empty stage with nothing to now we know something about like the wealth of the family that owns this house. So yes and is a way of generating ideas based on what your partners are saying. And it's an incredibly important skill in any kind of teamwork you're doing. And that's why we bring it into the first lesson of this curriculum, because it's foundational to everything that's going to come in the next 11 days. And this is an activity to get people to practice that. So you and your group, you're all playing characters, you're not yourselves. Can I get a suggestion from somebody on what is a reason you might be planning a party? What's a reason you might be throwing a party?
Graduation.
Sorry?
Graduation, sorry.
What did you say?
A kid's birthday party.
A kid's birthday party. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll come back to that one. Kid's birthday party. Okay, so this first round, you and your team are going to be planning a kid's birthday party. Okay? So what's going to happen is each of you are just going to start throwing out suggestions for what you should do for that kid's birthday party. The first round of this activity, every time your partner says an idea for what you should do for the kid's birthday party, I want someone else in the circle to say no, and then say why that's not a good idea, and then propose one of their own. Okay? So Jason and I will do a little bit of demonstration. We're going to be planning a kid's birthday party. Mark, I'm so excited that your son is having a birthday party. You know what I think we should do? I think we should get one of those bouncy houses, because he's 6 years old, and it would just be so fun to have in the backyard.
Nah. I think we should do mini golf. We should have all the kids meet us for mini golf.
Now, we can't do mini golf because the mini golf course actually closed in our town. But I think we should get it catered, because I know your family's vegan, and we just need to have that on point because we can't go wrong there.
No, I think we should have it homemade. I think we should get the...
Okay, so you get the point there. So with your groups, plan a kid's birthday party, have fun with it, shoot down each other's ideas, and then say why it doesn't work, and then propose one of your own. Ready, set, go.
Okay, look.
I think we should have bubbles.
Jill. Your daughter's turning what, 8?
No,
right?
bubbles
Okay.
might not be safe
And
for
what does
them.
an 8-year-old girl
But you
love
know what
most
we
in the
probably
world?
could do is maybe have
Ponies and
a,
clowns, right? Kids, we gotta get ponies.
petting zoo.
Maybe have a big circle of ponies and kids can ride.
Oh,
2 or 3 clowns run the whole show.
No, all of that.
Really become an animal right back to the second line.
Roller skating.
Serious problems with having working
No, I don't think roller skating would be a good idea. Way too much to get all the safety equipment. One of the kids just broke their ankle and wouldn't be able to participate. I think we should do such a great night. Have a little one, a 3-year-old.
no, because I don't think the kids' attention span would be long enough to watch an entire movie. I think the kids would absolutely love a cotton candy machine.
3-year-old, my toe, and they're gonna be twins.
Okay, so I like the swimming pool idea, but what would be better than that is to get like a snake handler using water moccasins, because then we can use the swimming pool for the water moccasins. I know they're venomous, but a snake handler could definitely handle it. And the kids would love that, wouldn't they?
No, I really don't think she wants any live animals at all. But you know, we can go to Sky High. They can do trampoline.
I don't think that's a great idea. You have the twins and the 3-year-old. Like, I think you should be really like thinking about all of that.
Pause right there. Pause right there. I always want to end that one like super early because it's almost painful because you're just like, no. It's like everyone just like shooting each other down. I know. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. So how was that? Anything you noticed in that? Fun. Some laughter.
Somebody else's idea and then try to come up with a better one.
Yeah, there you go.
Initially it was hard, but after that it just became a game. I can top that.
Totally. Okay, now we're going to go into round 2 of this activity. This is a 3-round game. So round 2 of this activity, what was that original idea you said for why we're throwing a party? Graduation. Okay, so this time you're going to be planning a graduation party. It's a different group of people. Planning a graduation party. This time, anyone who suggests an idea, I want you to respond with yes, but, and then I want you to say why that probably doesn't work, and then come up with an idea of your own. Okay? Do that for a couple minutes. Ready, set, go.
I love that you want to have a graduation party. The kids suck. And so let's not celebrate graduation, like COVID, everything.
We should rent one.
Okay, yeah, I 100% agree with the whole kids suck thing. Okay, I can't even begin to deny that. But let's face it, graduation from kindergarten, that's humongous, right? I mean, come on, really, we got to do something. So we're graduating from kindergarten, right? We've got to have the water balloons, and if they suck them in, I know CPR and I know how to do the Heimlich maneuver. That makes it even that much more fun, right?
Yes, but I think the graduation robes are dry clean only, so I don't think we can do the water balloons. But I agree that we should be celebrating kindergarten graduation and making sure we've got the robes and all of that going on.
Yes, but I mean they're in kindergarten and they're not like different sizes. You know, I think that that is a good idea, but maybe we should go with T-shirts. Like T-shirts, and then they can select their sizes, and then that way.
Yeah, robe t-shirts.
Yeah, like robe T-shirts.
Yes, but I already ordered the Egyptian cotton for them. So I think the robes were going to pay. They were like 3,000 piece.
It's so easy to say no.
How did that round feel different? How did that round?
It felt different because you had to like agree with them, like that is a great idea, but I think we should probably try this idea instead. It was harder than to just say, no, that idea sucks. Let's try something else.
Right.
So it was a little bit more harder to agree with them and then come up with another idea.
Yeah, almost maybe in a sense what I'm getting from that is like a little bit less authentic because it's like, yes, but I'm actually just going to undercut you. Right? Right? Were you about to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think a kid's birthday party is more fun than a graduation party.
No, it was. At the end, we were at a, we were on a yacht. We were on a
graduating from college. I say that's way more fun than a party.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, a lot more fun stuff than that.
There you go. So in improv, we say that the no and a yes but, the term we give that for that is called a block. So those are both blocks. As you probably felt in that round, like you were, as the directive was, you're just rejecting the idea. But it's like you're disguising the rejection. And it's, even off the improv stage, it's just a type of communication that I see all the time, which is like people who, I'm listening to your idea, but I'm really thinking of what I want to say. So I'm going to make you feel like I heard you and like I value your idea, but I'm actually just thinking about my idea, right? It's a form of communication that we see a lot. So it's important to call that out because the shift to yes and, as you'll see right now, just takes on a whole different form in terms of generating ideas and energy. So last activity for why we are planning a party. Let's get a suggestion. Another reason, wedding. Beautiful. You have a lot of ideas over here. You're like, I'm done planning weddings. Yeah. Okay, planning a wedding. This time you see what's coming. Anytime someone says an idea, you're going to say, yeah. You're going to agree with that idea. It's a great idea. And you're going to build on top of it. One thing I want you to notice, make sure that you are actually building on the idea that that other person said. Listen to it. In that scene where I just said I came into the house and Jason said, wow, what a beautiful house, I could have said, yes, and what a beautiful sunrise. It's like, I'm saying yes and, but I'm not really using anything that he said. I'm not really using his idea. So you can say the words yes and, but not actually build on the idea of your partner. So think about that as you go through this activity. Yes, and build directly on what that person said. And let's just see where we get. We're planning a wedding. Let's have some fun with it. Ready, set, go.
We should have a wedding on the beach. I think that would be the best idea.
Yeah, oh, totally. And because of that, people don't have to dress up in really nice outfits. They can wear their Hawaiian shirts and their swim trunks and their flip-flops. I mean, that's fantastic.
Yes, I love it. And the infinity pool on my parents' property, you could walk down on the beach, and then the infinity pool made a swim side. Yeah. Because if everyone were bathing suits under the Hawaiian shirt, it's like, come on. Yes. A great one.
And that means we can have the tiki theme the night before.
Yeah.
That'll just fit in perfectly.
Oh my gosh, yes. And when they dig the pig underneath the ground, we can have that.
Yep.
Definitely. And if we're going to do that, we've got the tiki theme, we've got the infinity pool, we've got the beach, we've got the pig in the sand. We need to have the Polynesian dancers.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Perfect. And maybe a DJ to play the Polynesian music. Oh, that'd be awesome.
I love all of it, yeah. And I think with the dancers, when the sunset's going down, we can have a moment where that's your first dance, and then the sunset will just be perfect. It's just, I love it.
That would be great. I do have to think about the dress with all the sand there, so maybe it could be a shorter dress, or but definitely the bathing suit. Hop in the pool.
And you'll probably need some bridal surprise.
Yes.
So we'll have to make sure that they have lots of gems and everything, so they'll be visible since your dress is shorter.
Yes, and we might want to think about what kind of dance floor we want. Just because shoes, but if you're wearing sandals, I guess you don't really have to worry. But it might be nice to not dance in the sand.
Yeah.
Dance floor.
Yeah, totally. And we could even, take that whole Polynesian tiki thing.
Okay, finish that out. Finish that out.
Where people have to move
All right. Okay. How did that round go?
A lot easier.
A lot easier. How'd the weddings turn out?
Pretty cool. She's getting married again. I don't know if you're happy.
Hawaii. So you guys were in Hawaii?
Yeah, well, we were in
Hawaii.
They were sailing into the wedding.
Yeah.
I think we could very well have been in Hawaii too, to be honest.
Yeah, I heard the Polynesian, something out here was happening. Anything you noticed about energy in the group, body language as we move through those activities?
Seemed like everybody was a little bit more excited to throw their ideas out there.
Right.
To build upon what somebody else had already said.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're not trying to throw out an idea and then instantly defend it as being the best one.
Right.
You're just building on what someone else had already said, you've accepted it, and you're just moving on, and okay, let's make this even better.
For sure.
Yeah, because the first round was kind of awkward because you hate to disagree with them. You're like,
Yeah.
no. Because you're basically telling them their idea sucks. So
Right.
I felt like this one was so much easier to be like, yes, and we can add this.
Right. And that's why we have that middle ground, that yes but. Because it does feel bad to say no.
It does.
Even though we're still kind of saying it in a passive aggressive. Yeah, exactly.
In
What do you-
both the no and the yes but round, there was a lot of pressure to like think of something unrelated and new, which meant that I wasn't listening as much because I couldn't, because I had to think of something new. And then this last round, I had to really listen more and like make more active meaning out of what everyone else was offering.
I love that.
That's awesome.
I love that. Jay,
Yeah,
anything else?
I think what you'll notice, even though we're all sitting in chairs and you're leaning back, what you'll see is, as I'm walking around the room, there are all these little micro defensive gestures in the first two exercises where when you actually say no, there's like little movements down, there's little movements away, and they're very, very small, but it's just part of the way that we communicate when we say no to something, that we have to be protective, or we have to kind of defend, or we're going to say something and we want to make sure that you accept it, but we're kind of holding it back together. And then when you shift it into the yes ands, even at the very beginning, once you get into the rhythm of it, because it's a new pattern forming, from the first two exercises, you'll see like yes and now your body kind of like jolts up a little bit and your inflection point goes up a little bit and you're getting a little more excited as you start doing it, and you're excited to kind of build on the other person's idea. And that really starts to carry through, and that energy just shifts, and they're just so small. There's such a small language pattern difference, and then your body just takes it on, your voice takes it on, and now everyone's working together. So it's like really, really cool to just notice that.
Literally felt like we were all in it, and I felt like, versus like, you're not on my team, you're like sitting back, and then this one, like, I literally felt like I wanted to be at this party. We were like, he was like, yeah!
Absolutely. So you'll notice in the packet, this is in the self-awareness and under physical state for lesson 1. And the reason that why we put it here is not only because on the first day we want to set the precedent of saying yes and for the rest of the 11-day program, but also because, as Jason's saying, that verbal cue of yes and does impact how you're physically showing up. So that's one of the reasons why it's important. Last thing I want to add on this activity, I often lead this in different companies, and typically there's someone who's like, well, I can't just say yes and to every idea. Like, what if someone throws out a shitty idea? It's like, I understand that. What has been a real big unlock for a lot of teams is the sense that there is a time when we want to evaluate ideas for like efficacy. And it's important to say like, well, actually we can't do that idea. What happens is that usually when teams get into some sort of session when they're brainstorming or coming up with ideas, you'll have two people who are in, I want to just generate a ton of ideas, like let's build on each other's ideas. And you'll have two people in the group who are evaluating ideas. And now we're just communicating in totally different ways. So what I tell teams to do is be clear with what mode you are in. When you're with your team, you can say, let's do 5 minutes of yes and. No bad ideas. Let's just build on each other's ideas. Because that's going to open up people to share more ideas because they're not going to be worried about them being torn down. And then maybe there's going to be a time when you say like, okay, now let's go into like evaluating ideas mode. So that can be a really helpful tool, is just to name when what mode you're in. But for improv, we're pretty much always in yes and. That's a great thing here. We're going to wrap up this first lesson here, and then take like a 5-minute quick break. So this is a game. You'll notice in the packet that on some of the days we have like warm-ups or like cool downs, kind of like ender activities or starter activities. They're just like fun, small activities that you can use to like start a day or cap off a day. So this activity is called Zen Counting. So let's have everyone stand up, and usually I'd have people get pretty close. We can keep some distance. Let's all kind of come towards the center of the room, kind of like a scatter plot. Doesn't need to be like in a circle. So kind of like someone there. Let's have someone come here. Yeah, right here. Okay. So this would be like an activity that sometimes like I'd end a workshop with, or I'd end a class with students with. So I want everyone to close your eyes and bow your heads. Okay, what we're going to do is we as a group are going to try to say the entire alphabet. and we're going to say the letters of the alphabet popcorn style around the room, so we don't know who's saying what letter. If any two people utter a sound at the same time, then we have to start back at A. Okay, so let's try to get all the way to Z. If we say sounds at the same time, we'll just start back over and go.
Okay.
All right, so let's give ourselves a round of applause. Here we go. All right. Come on, here we go.
All right.
We did it. We did it. All right. All right.
A, B,
C. E.
F,
G,
H,
I.
All right. Let's get.
Okay.
Let's start back over. We had
That's
T's
good.
there. A.
B, C,
E.
E.
All right. It's all right. It's okay.
A,
B.
A, B,
C,
D,
E.
F,
G,
All right. We have two more. Do two more attempts. Two more attempts.
A,
B.
C,
D.
E, F,
G, H,
Okay, heard that. This is our last attempt. No matter how far we get, we applaud and cheer.
A,
B.
Yeah.
E,
F.
G,
H,
I,
J.
K.
L,
M,
N.
O,
P,
Q,
R.
S, T.
All right. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You can see how that would get like, when you play with like 20 people, it is like, it's awesome. It's so, especially if you get far, it's like everyone just is like, oh my God, we're doing it. I know. So we're going to keep moving through the day. We're going to take a 5-minute break here, but that's kind of going to be the rhythm for the rest of the day. We're kind of going to keep referencing this, working through the activities so you get a chance to feel them. We might not get through like all 11 days of the program, but that's going to be the rhythm for today. So thanks again so much for being here. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll jump back into it.
Same idea.
Okay. So we're going to jump into lesson 2. Before we jump into the exercises, this is something I just want to talk about briefly because everyone is dealing with it, and this is going to be on stress. And so this is more in the self-management side of the SEL concepts. But stress is just everything, is just something that everybody is dealing with. Teachers, you're going to be dealing with it. The students are going to be dealing with it. And everyone's dealing with it in different ways and has different capacities for it. And what I really want to focus on is that there are a lot of stressors that are going on in life right now, and kids will be reacting differently to those stressors. And what we're trying to do here with these exercises is not just give kids the tools to then release stress, but also give them the tools to expand their capacity for stress. And so stress is a physical response, it is a psychological response, it's working all the time. And we have our buckets of stress that we're able to take in and manage on a daily basis, and each of our kids is doing the same thing. And what these exercises are really designed to do is to push you to a point where you're uncomfortable, but not in survival mode, so that you can then build on what that discomfort is and expand that capacity for stress. And that's really what I love about this lesson so much, and this section. The other thing I want to communicate is that there are ways when you're noticing that some of your kids are stressed to actually help them physiologically change that, and that is by exhaling more vigorously than you're inhaling, which is something that's not really taught about a lot. But a lot of times when we think of, like take a big deep breath in to have someone calm down, when you take a big deep breath in, your diaphragm moves down, your heart expands, and it sends a signal up to your brain that like we need to increase your heart rate so that the blood goes through more quickly. But when you exhale, that space closes down, and it sends a signal now, because your space is less, your heart, the blood flowing is less, it sends a signal up to your brain, okay, like slow your heart rate down, it's coming through too fast. And so what you'll notice is if you tell someone to breathe in and breathe out harder and further, and you even have that sigh in it, and you do that for a couple seconds, even a couple minutes, it will physiologically slow down their heart rate. It will have them change their state from stress. And so it's just something really good to take away, if you're ever in that situation with one of the kids. Exhaling more vigorously than inhaling will physiologically allow them to calm down. And so this exercise is, I'm going to pass it off to Austin to kind of talk about like having kids go to that discomfort and getting them used to that so they're expanding their capacity for stress.
Yeah, and we wanted this one right at the top of the program as well, because immediately coming into these types of activities, there's going to be some stress. So we're like, let's address it real quick. So the first activity that is part of this day is called I Am Here. So let's all get up out of our chairs and we'll just stand in a circle. So the way this activity works is one at a time, someone's going to take a step out into the circle and very slowly they're going to look around the circle. Then they're going to say, I am, their name, I am Austin, and I am here. And they'll step back. This activity is about going slow. And you'll notice you might have the impulse, students might have the impulse to be like, I'm Austin, I'm here. But we're trying to get them in that place of just getting out of their comfort zone, taking up space. That's one of the reasons that talking about that breath technique can be really helpful up top. You can actually have them do that when they step in the circle. So you step out in the circle, look around. I am Austin, and I am here. Take another beat. And step back.
I am Jason, and I am here.
I am Liz, and I am here. I am Becca, and I'm here.
I am Mike, and I am here.
I am Tessa, and I'm here.
I am Val, and I am here.
I am Michelle, and I am here.
I am Tori, and I am here.
I am Anne, and I am here.
circle up between like two or three of you, just people next to you. Talk about how that was. Anything you noticed? Jump into that one.
I felt like you could like feel each person like self-regulating as they had to make eye contact.
Yeah.
We had to be present.
Yeah, and I felt myself like as we were going around starting to want to like cheer for folks and being aware of how like intimate a space that is.
I lived in Bali for a month and I suddenly wanted to like bow to everyone. I was like, that's weird. Just keep my hands down.
I love that. Yeah, you can definitely feel, I think in the middle, like the effect of space and time. It almost feels like the seconds are moving 40 times slower as you step on there and you turn around. You can feel how that pressure builds.
It felt a lot slower to be in it than to watch it. Like when I was in it, I was kind of like, oh, this is really a process. Instead of like I need to look at each person.
I'm doing like multiple trainings right now through like the Healing Center. They're doing this 1, 2, 3 wellness through UC San Diego. And I was listening to one of the videos yesterday, and he talks about like how intentional mindfulness is. And I feel like so much like we think like, oh, the mind is going, and then we like slow down and like pass it off. But like actually stopping in that moment, and I think like I like these things. Like you have to like really be here. Like the second your mind goes to one, you're like, oh, just kidding, I have to be here. I'm just kidding. But like there's such an intentionality, and even when we're doing like the early ones.
All right, let's come back into a circle.
Feel what you're like totally in your body.
Absolutely.
Cool. What came out in your little group discussions?
It was awkward.
Yeah.
I felt awkward, and we just, at the end, I talked about like how would the kids react to that, like having to stand in the middle. You don't know anybody here. You got to stare everybody in the eye, and everybody's eyes are on you. And some people don't like that attention.
Yeah.
It felt weird at first.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you were like bowing out, then it was like, oh, it's so
I know, it's intense.
That's
It's
what I
intense.
noticed too. Like I felt because I knew right away I was the last person to go, so I didn't get to relax at all. I like felt like I was sort of like when you go, you're kind of and you're done with your turn, you can relax a little bit. But if you're the last person,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I
and
feel
you
that.
really just wanted to hurry up and just like rush through and get back out of the circle.
Yeah.
the pacing was so different too.
Yeah.
You can really recognize how fast and how slowly you move time and how different your perception is. You know what, when we talked about when you're looking in towards someone in the middle, it seems like it's just a few seconds and no big deal. And then when you step in, time just starts to slow down really fast. And it almost feels like endless. Like you can feel it and your body's trying to get used to that. And as you kind of step back out, your body's like, oh, because it's that center of attention just kind of sitting in that space. And I think we also talk about I am here is a very present tense way of speaking about something. It anchors you directly into that moment. And so saying that in front of people is not a normal thing to do, but really that's what we want the children to embody through the progression of this is like, I am here, I can take up space, I am worthy, I deserve this, and do that. And that's really what we were doing here. So it's really, really good.
I want each of my students to feel seen, but it's important to remember that maybe not everyone's like used to feeling seen. And like I thought like not only was it like at the beginning but the end because you had to make eye contact with everyone every second, and like not everyone's used to that, but like I think that presence of like, and the more we learn about like eye contact and breath, like regulating our nervous system, I was like, every breath I felt like I was like with you guys, and I was like, oh my god, this is so good. I loved it.
I heard another comment over in this group about breath. Was someone talking about like their breathing there?
I didn't breathe because I've always had like social problems, so I'm always like, oh, make it act like you're looking at them, but I didn't look at any of you right now, and I caught myself doing those bad habits going up there. So I deep intake, held my breath, said what I needed to say, held it, stepped back, then released, and I was like, I completely just destroyed that entire exercise.
Oh, it's okay.
But it made me aware
That's right.
of what I do wrong and what I should do to change it. Like right now, I'm holding my breath again.
Yeah.
There we go.
Good. Yeah. Wow, that's really, thank you for sharing that.
Fantastic awareness too.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And for me, like I'm a counselor, I see my students' breath here all day, like, and we're totally in that I'm gonna say unhealthy, not you, but it's a trauma response to stay up here. And if we can, like your whole body changes, like when you release that, you like let that go, like that came out of your body. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I think, what did it feel like for people watching the people in the middle on that one? You can tell because I was behind a mask, but I was like beaming the whole time. I was just like, I think it's like fascinating, and I also, this activity like is really about like that personal stress response. But the more I do this activity, I realize how much of a connective activity it is for a group, because you're aware that it's a stressor. You're aware for a lot of people that's uncomfortable, and like to watch them and to like be there for them, it's like, I don't know, it's like, I'm just like, I see you, like I'm here for you, like good job for doing it. I don't know.
It's like wanting to cheer for each person. Having gone at the beginning, it felt so hard, but then it was over, so then I just almost wanted to like applaud for each person, being like, yeah, that does feel really intense. But yeah, it was interesting to kind of like sit in that feeling and not necessarily have a response to give outward, and just let other people have their experience of that as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
This is something that I have to deal with a lot with my kids. Being 6'3", very large, somewhat a deep voice, and comfortable in who I am, I find that I intimidate almost all of my freshmen. And I tried not to. Did anyone feel intimidated when I stared at you?
You were the most compassionate to me.
Oh, thank God.
I told him I wanted to bow to you, because like I lived in Raleigh for a while, and I was like you were actually the most, I would, no offense, like soothing to me.
Jeez Louise, I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
Thank you. Not even for my own kids.
Yeah, it was so kind.
And I try to smile all the time, because I notice if I just keep a neutral face and stare at someone, they start shriveling, and I'm like, no, I'm like a freaking Pooh Bear. You have no idea.
I would recommend, because you do have all those qualities, you can feel it off you, this very comfort. I would recommend actually making your voice deeper and speaking out of here, and that will soothe people without them recognizing it. When you speak up out of your voice up here tonally, it's more, not personally, just everyone, it's higher, it's more alert, yeah, and that can kind of jar. But when you speak out of here, it'll sound deeper, but it'll actually equate to comfort. And that's for everybody. If you're speaking out of your stomach down here, you're actually taking people down deeper, they're more relaxed, it just slows down. So I would recommend like just playing, and we're gonna play with that when we get further down into like tones, but I would play in that area, and it will help. But you're not gonna change anything about your stature. I'm sure in person after week 1 they're like, I like this. Let's go.
I'm getting older, so I hope I'm shrinking.
I said to you while I was trailing that too, like there might not be anything with you.
Could be.
And one last note on this: as facilitators, it's important that the kids know and feel that you have your own vulnerabilities while sitting in the circle. If you are going to facilitate this, and it's important for them to be able to see that and feel that in you as well, because one of the things that is so critical about SEL in general is that students need to be able to see their teachers embodying these skills, or else they just kind of reject them. And so just think about that when you're going in and you're speaking, to be part of that and to feel that way with them.
Next activity it's going to be a partner activity. So find someone across the circle from you, point to them, go get them, they're your partner. If you don't have a partner, we'll raise your hand if you don't have a partner. Okay, let's have you two partner out. Yeah. We're doing blind walking. Okay. Closed eye walks. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, can I have one person in your pair raise their hand? One person in your pair raise your hand. Just have one person in your pair. Let's give this group a round of applause. There you go. It's the hardest part of the day.
Synced, completely synced. You guys are together.
Okay, if you're raising your hand, you're going to be person A. The other person is going to be person B. Okay. So, the way this is going to work is we are going to lead each other's partners around the space. So Jason, you can come demo with me. So person A, you're going to start with your eyes closed. So Jason's going to be the person I'm guiding around the space. The way that I'm going to guide Jason around the space, I have two things that I can say to him. I can say Jason, or I can say stop. So if I say Jason, you're going to walk towards my voice. So Jason. Jason, don't open your eyes. Jason, stop. Jason.
Can I keep going?
Yeah. Jason, stop. Okay. So you can open your eyes now. Thank you. Woo. So if you hear your name called and not stop, you just keep going in the direction that your name was called. Okay? Try as best you can to keep your eyes closed. As you're facilitating this, you can see like it could get a little bit chaotic, even like I hit that chair there. Safety is number one priority here. Keep your partner safe. Keep your partner safe. Do not lead them into a wall. Be aware of everyone else moving in the space. If they're about to run into someone, you can say stop. If need be, you can say, wait, quick, open your eyes if they're about to hit something. But try as best as you can to have that person keep their eyes closed. Lead them around the space. And I will call you back to switch partners in just a minute. And you don't need to stay in the circle. You can go like over there, wherever you want. Trust your partner. They got your back.
This is an exercise in letting go.
That's right. Ready, set, go.
Take a deep breath. Mike.
Liz. Stop. Mike. Tori. Liz. Tori. Mike. Liz. Tori. Okay, stop. Tori. Liz.
All right, pause there. Wherever you are, open your eyes if you're the person. Thank your partner for keeping you safe. Stay there. Thank your partner. Thank your partner for keeping them safe.
Actually, thank your partner. Look at
Yeah.
them and say thank you.
Thank you. All right. So now we're gonna switch roles. We're gonna switch roles. I always think the first person you have to take care of your partner because you know it's gonna switch and you don't want revenge to be taken at this point. So switch roles, new caller, new person following. Once you start to get in it, if you want to challenge yourself to walk a little bit faster, you can try it. If you're not comfortable with that, totally okay to keep going slowly. Ready, set, go. Okay, pause where you are, open your eyes.
Thank your partner. Look them in the eye.
Thank your partner. The energy.
Love it. This face is epic.
Wherever you are right now, just talk with your partner about how that was. And then we'll come back in a second. All right, how was that? That was delightful to watch, I'll tell you that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want, I'll get on my knees.
No worries. You're good. What came out of that discussion with, how was that?
It was scary giving somebody else the control of you.
Mm-hmm.
You had to totally trust them that they weren't going to lead you on the right path. So.
Right.
And then when you were like, speed up, I was like, you are crazy. And it's crazy. You felt like your space was like this. I felt like I was doing like the, like a shuffle. And she kept going, I got you. You're okay. And I just felt like,
I love that.
like there's nothing near you.
Yeah.
I told her, I was like, oh my God, I feel bad for the poor blind people. Like, I don't know how they do that every day.
Yeah, talk about a perspective shift there. Yeah, wow.
How in tune I was with her voice, too. Like, when other people were talking, I was like, no, don't listen. Like, I wanted to, like, follow her. But I kept feeling like I was going to fall off a cliff or hit one of those poles. And I was like, there's two of them. Like, why do I feel like it's hitting my face?
Yeah, I saw some people using the breathing technique as we were going. That was cool. And yeah, anything else? Anything else there?
I think it's definitely something to notice the size of your steps and what it's really like to let go and trust somebody, and how much stress it brings to be without eyesight and just be listening, and to know there's all these objects around, and if they mess up here, I'm gonna hit it. And it feels like such high risk inside of yourself when, like in reality, if your eyes are open and you bumped into something, not really a big deal. All of a sudden your eyes are closed and like your body is like, what's going on here? That feeling, just recognizing it and learning to embody it and just kind of relax into it, and then to feel your partner and know what it's like to let go. Just a really good way of being inside of yourself.
Mm-hmm. Were you about to say something?
Yeah, I told Ann, I think it'd be funny as heck if I bumped into a wall, to be honest. So bumping into a wall is fine. Yeah, she didn't have me anywhere near anything, and then I took a lot more risk with her, and I had to keep saying her name over and over again because I had to weave her through that area that I had to get her to bump. Did you hit that ball table?
I didn't.
Okay, I thought you did.
Yeah. One thing that I noticed you doing that, because I was watching your group as well, is just like, I found it was interesting, your calls for her, you'd say her name, and then instead of like walking here, she'd go a little bit this way, and you'd course correct like immediately, right? Which is like a great metaphor for a lot of the activities that like we're gonna do, and what we just need to do in life is like, you realize you're on the wrong path right away, course correct, and then you go. And then I loved hearing this interaction over here. I got you. That's awesome. We're gonna keep it moving along. For this one, we're gonna do another game in a circle. So let's move the chairs out a little bit. Stand up in a circle. If at any point today you're like, can we do a sitting activity? Let me know, because it's a little hard for me to like judge energy level if we've been standing too much. It's just like, as a facilitator, sometimes that's something I lose track of, so just keep me posted on that. This is an activity called Name Ball. Another reason we put this up front, just as people are learning each other's names. The way this is going to work is we have an imaginary ball right here. What color is this ball?
Purple.
That's right. Look at her hand. That is a purple ball. Okay, so we're going to throw this ball around the circle. Okay? The way you throw the ball is I will physically throw the ball, and the way you're going to catch the ball is you physically pretend to catch that imaginary ball, and you're going to repeat whatever word you hear that I say. So the way it's going to work, the first round of this game, when I throw the ball, I'm going to throw my own name. So I'd say Austin, and then exactly. So you would just repeat what you heard, you'd catch Austin, and now you'd throw your name to someone else. Perfect. Now keep it going. Now you throw your name to someone else.
Liz.
Liz. Anne.
Tessa. Becca.
Becca. Mike.
Mike. Jason.
Michelle. Tori.
Tessa. Jason.
Jason, Austin.
Austin. Anne.
Becca.
Michelle. Liz.
Liz.
Val. Becca.
Tessa. Anne.
Val.
Val. Jason.
Jason. Mike.
Mike. All right, good job. Okay, nice job. That's going well. Everyone's good? Okay. This round, we're going to switch it up a little bit. Now, this time, when you throw the ball, I want you to throw the name of the person who's receiving the ball. Okay?
And that's stress.
So, throw the name of the person receiving the ball. If you do not know someone's name, it is okay to ask, what's your name again? Tess, right? Tessa? Tessa, okay? So if you wanted to throw it to someone and you don't know their name, in normal life, we sometimes won't just ask their name and we'll go to somebody else. You can ask their name. Asking for someone's name is a sign of care because you want to include them. Tessa. So catch what you heard.
So Tessa.
Right, yeah. Now,
Liz. Val.
catch what you heard.
Oh, Val.
Yep.
Becca.
Mike. Anne.
Tori.
Becca.
Tessa.
Mike. What was your name?
Val.
I got you.
Oh.
Sorry.
Michelle.
Michelle.
Anne. Austin.
Austin, Jason.
Jason. Liz.
Liz. Tori.
Mike. Jason.
Jason. Michelle.
Becca.
Val. Austin.
Austin, Tori.
Val. Jason.
Jason. And
Anne.
Mike. Tori.
Yeah, all right, we'll pause there. Wow, it's moving well. Moving very well. That is name ball. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Tori, you have that ball right there, right? You're holding a ball. That is the ball where you're going to say the name of the person who's receiving it, right? You're just going to keep that one going. Okay, so just like we were. That one's purple, right? Yeah. Soon, I'm going to throw the first name ball into the middle, and we will have two going at the same time. Okay? So the one we're starting, Val's like, I'm out. So the first one is the one where you're passing the name of the person receiving. And the second one that's going to come in is your own name. Okay? So based on what you receive, that will be informing you which one you have, and you'll just keep it going. It will likely get switched, let's be honest here. If that happens, don't worry about it. Just try your best to respond to what you got and try to keep that one going. Okay? So you're going to start with the one saying the name of the person who's receiving it. Go for it.
Liz. Michelle.
Catch what you heard.
Michelle.
Mm-hmm.
Becca.
Anne.
Keep that one going. Austin.
Jason.
Catch what you heard.
Austin. Jason.
Jason.
Wait, Liz has both balls right now.
Okay, you have them both.
My bad.
So Jason, Liz,
Liz.
Liz,
Tori.
Val.
Austin, Michelle.
Jason, Mike.
Mike, Liz.
Becca.
They already got switched. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Austin, Mike.
Mike, Jason.
Jason, Becca.
I don't even know where I'm at.
Sorry, what did you pass her?
Yeah, I passed the Becca ball.
Becca. Just keep it going if you get that one.
Val, Austin.
Austin. What's your name again? Ann.
Yeah, I think we're all
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Setting out the same ball.
All right, let's pause there. Let's pause there. It got switched at about past 3, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'd rather us keep them moving and you just listen to what you're receiving than trying to backtrack and figure out like where it was wrong. So if it gets switched, just like keep rolling with it. If we end with 2 of the same, that's totally cool. Okay? Who has the ball? Jason has one. Is there another one out there? Mike, I think that's one right by your foot.
Oh, geez.
There you go. Okay, so Mike has one. Jason has one. Which one do you want to start with?
I will start with the purple one,
So
which is
say your own name or say the name of the person receiving.
say the name of the person you're receiving.
The ball. So one is your name and the next person's name.
So one is you're passing your name.
Okay.
So Austin.
Okay.
And one is passing Becca. And you as the receiver always will just repeat exactly what you heard. Right. So if you're saying your own name, then you're saying someone else's. If you're saying someone else's name, then you're passing your own.
Got it.
It's not easy. It's not. I know I explain it to me like sound easy. It's not easy. Okay.
What color is this ball?
Okay, so let's have this. You're passing your own name.
I'm passing my own name.
You're passing the name of the person receiving.
Okay.
Okay? Ready, set, go.
Jason.
Michelle.
Austin, Ann. Sorry, keep it going.
Val, Austin.
Austin, Tessa.
Becca. Jason.
Jason, Mike.
Mike.
Liz.
Corey.
Val.
Austin.
Austin. Becca. Becca. Ann. Oh, no. Jason.
Jason, Mike.
Mike.
What's your name? Oh my God.
Austin.
Austin, I knew that. I already knew that.
Austin, Jason.
Jason, Austin.
Austin,
Becca.
Tori.
Mike.
Becca.
Michelle.
Okay, pause there. Pause there, pause there. Pause there. Catch that one, Ann? Yep. Okay, raise your hand if you have a ball. 2. Did you have one?
Oh, these 2.
Okay, these 2. Okay, cool. Which one do you have?
I just received my name.
And what did you? Okay. So we have, yeah. Yeah. So we have received your name, received your name. We also had a third ball in there, which got dropped along the way.
No, it just got dropped in the last round.
Oh, last one?
Yeah.
Because I threw a third one in to see
was
how.
going.
To see
It
how.
was
Okay.
going.
Yeah,
Yes.
we had 3 going.
I missed that. That was really good.
So give yourselves a round of applause. Okay, what was your experience like doing name ball? How was that?
It got faster and easier because I think both the balls are the same, so you were just listening for your name.
Right.
Catch it and
Yeah.
then throw it back out.
Yeah.
I think it was harder to look at people that were saying their name and possibly trying to throw the ball at you because you're not looking for somebody else's name, you're just listening for your own.
Listen to your own name. Gotcha, yeah.
Like learning people's names was easier when you're throwing it and saying their name.
Yeah.
You're looking at them making that connection
Yeah.
rather than your own.
Rather than
It feels weird to throw your own name. Yeah.
well, like I knew your name and then I was like thinking so much. I was like, what's anyone's name?
You got caught like, you're like, what's your name, what's your name? Yeah.
I'm not letting you.
You miss how stressful classrooms get.
Yeah. So as someone who
Paying
doesn't,
attention to everything that's going on and trying to, keep your eyes on what you're doing.
very interesting.
I also like it because I can't count how many times I'm like, oh, who's your teacher, or like who's your, and they don't know their teacher's name by the end of the year. They don't know their students, like other students in their class.
Yeah.
And that to me just again shows how much lack of connection there is.
Right.
Like that you can go through almost like 6 to 9 months without like literally I'll be like, what class is your third period? They're like, I I don't know, miss something. I'm like, how do you sit in your class all day and not like,
Mm-hmm.
what?
Yeah.
But again, if we're not intentionally finding out people's name and like honoring that space.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a fun way to just like get some names out there. Yeah.
I always enjoy the change of the second you realize, hey, you're going to be saying other people's names first, you know, because like you lean in and you're like, oh, I get to say my name, you know, no problem, and I'm repeating. But now you're going to say who you're passing it to, and automatically your mind is like, oh no.
And then when the both of them are at the same time, you can see the physical reaction.
Now you're gonna know if I know your name, and then your mind's like, okay, who am I gonna go to that's safe? You know, and I think calling it out is one of the points, like, you know, way to include and put yourself out there. Say, you know, I don't know your name. Please tell me.
Yeah.
Is it normal for other people? I remember what my kids' faces look like even sometimes 10, 12, 15 years later. I remember basically by seeing them, oh God, I recognize you. But for the life of me, I can't remember your name. You're one of about 150 to 170 kids I have a year. I know who you are. So then I feel terrible because they know me, but I'm only one person out of 6 that they had to remember. So I start referring to them as dude or bud or, you know, and I feel horrible because I can't remember their name. I'm trying to remember their name, and I feel like I'm, you know, dishonoring them somehow by, you know, they remember me. Oh, Sagan, how's it going? I'm like, great, how you doing?
Yeah.
And when you said I could ask the name, I had a hard time asking your name. That was tough.
Because it felt to you like disrespectful to her.
It did.
Yeah.
And I'm terrible about remembering names. I can remember faces really well. I just cannot remember names.
And yeah, I don't think there's any right or wrong answer to like for that, but the direction that I gave at the beginning of that, it was interesting to me because I heard like audibly people respond like, ooh, I like that. And I think even if at the beginning of like your classes, you set that expectation, like if you don't know someone else's names, like you could be telling them, but really you're just setting the expectation for yourself.
Okay.
You know, like, because if you say like, oh, I really want to pass it to you, or like, oh, I can't remember your name, but you're so great, I need to remember your name, like what is it? You know, I think there are ways that you can, because everyone gets it. Everyone forgets names too, you know?
I had a teacher
So like,
in college
have empathy for yourself on that one.
who kind of went over that, and he was like, what would you rather be talking to someone 20 minutes and they go to say your name and they don't know it? Or in the beginning of the conversation, they're like, what's your name? And he's like, have any of you been offended, like when somebody forgets your name? And you're like, no, not really, like we all do it. And so it kind of shifted it from like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. But I agree, like when I forgot his name, I was like, wait, I literally know your name, but I forget it.
Yeah.
But we do, like we're human.
Yeah.
I would rather somebody ask my name than like pretend like they know it. But I also do it with students too. I'm like, hey, sweetie, like.
You almost feel like it's your responsibility. You're the adult in the situation. You should be remembering their names. And I don't want to make them feel like they're less than who they are.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's find a new place in the circle. We're going to do our next activity. Try to stand next to someone new.
You know what? No, you are.
Okay, great. Same type of game. This time we're going to throw a ball around the circle, except this time instead of saying our name or the person receiving its name, we're just going to make up any random sound that comes to our mind.
My favorite game.
So we're just going to, whatever sound comes to our mind, you're going to throw that sound, and the direction for the person receiving the ball is the same as before, which is you catch exactly what you heard. So see how much you can listen and repeat exactly what that sound sounded like, okay? Now, briefly, before I get the sound going, and sounds could be anything. It could be like, bleh, it could be like, you know, anything like that. Okay. How many people right now are already starting to think about what sound they're going to throw? Great. Okay. Totally normal. Why do you think we do that? We're prepared, right? We have something. We're prepared when it comes to us. In improv, the word that we use for that impulse is called stockpiling. Stockpiling is like planning what you're going to say before you're going to say it. We do it to sound prepared. So when it comes to us, we seem smart or funny or whatever we want to do. It's completely natural. In improv, we try to get people away from that a little bit because it's a safety mechanism. And what we want people to do is go away from that and see how present they can be as a listener for their teammates, for the other people in the group, and trust that when it's their turn to speak, trust whatever your mind is going to give you. So even in this low-stakes activity where we have built some trust in this room, we already are saying, like, ooh, I got to have a good sound. Like, what the hell is a good sound? Who cares? Like, what is a good sound? There's no good or bad sound. So notice just like how much pressure we put on ourselves to have something good. Now, we're going to go around in this game throwing sound ball, and it's totally okay because it's a habit of planning what you're going to say before you're going to say it. But if you can, try seeing what it feels like to just like let that sound that you were preparing float away, and try to just like start making a sound when it comes to you. Place all your focus on receiving the sound and then passing your own when it's your turn. Yeah?
Can we at least get rid of one of the sounds that we have?
Go for it.
Meow.
Okay.
Oh, that was one of my top 5.
I'm out of here.
Dang it, Mike.
Sorry.
Okay, here we go. Yes.
Do we do the same sound every time, or do we do a different sound every time?
So you'll catch whatever sound comes to you, and then you're going to switch up. Every time you pass a sound, you'll pass a new one.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay? Ready? Here we go. Gah! Nice. So catch what you heard. Mm-hmm.
Oi. Oi.
Bloop. Oh, eh.
Roof.
Woo-hoo. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Was that? No.
Sorry, we'll pause there. We'll pause there. That sound got a little lost in translation. All right, how's that going for people? How's it going?
That was fun.
Thumbs up. Fun. Did you? Hard not to prepare.
I'm finding that like the sounds that I'm preparing are not what's coming out. So it's like
Oh, interesting.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm more mindful of people sound because I'm like, oh, I like that one. Oh, I like that one. And then like, it just comes out when you.
Just comes out. Okay, so you're able to let that go a little bit. It's a little hard to let go of that. Okay, that's fine.
It's easier than the names.
Easier than the
I
names.
thought. I didn't have to think as much.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna add the name ones back in, so I'm sorry, but.
Also, just as we're going around, just notice what it's like if you take in the sound with your body, what it's like to move it back out. You see like Austin like take in the sound with his body and move it back out, and there's like a rhythm that's built in.
And I saw it, even like there was like a physicality
Yeah.
matching the actual sound that was really nice
I
too.
don't know why I do that when I pass it. Take it.
Okay, and then just connecting this back to this is a lesson on stress. I think there's a number of things that we like to keep in mind when we're doing this activity and why we placed it in that lesson. One, here, it's all those things about like being okay not preparing, trying not to prepare what we're going to do before it's our turn to speak. And also, as you saw with the name ball, and we're going to get into it in a moment, what you were saying about being a teacher in front of the room and just kind of like the chaos and still being present in that chaos and not kind of like tuning out and like averting your eyes so no one passes it to you. We'll keep connecting it back to stress, and Jason, keep an eye out, and we'll talk about that. So, Becca, you had a sound ball, right?
Yep.
Okay, you have a sound ball. We're going to get that one going, okay? And then I'm going to add in another sound ball. So we're going to have 2 sound balls going at once. And then probably another one will get tossed in there. I'm not sure if it's going to be a name ball, a sound ball. You'll just have to react in the moment when things come to you, okay? So Becca, let's get that sound ball going. Okay, we're gonna do one more round of that. you'll notice, and one of the reasons that we add in more of the different balls happening is because it's essentially forcing people to stop planning what they're going to say because it just becomes too chaotic. So you kind of like disregard that stressor of like having to consciously let go of ideas, and the new stressor is the chaos. So one of the things that is important here, and I saw a lovely interaction between Anne and Liz, which was like, I believe Anne threw it to Liz, but then you recognize that Liz was already throwing a ball to someone else, so she missed it, right? Your responsibility on the outside, your responsibility is not done when you've just thrown the ball. Your responsibility is done when you know that the person has received the message. So if Liz, just like you did, which was it was fantastic, Liz wasn't paying attention, so you made sure, Liz, like, I need you here, and you like physically were like, here, you know? So take care of your partner in the way that make sure that they get the message that's delivered. So let's start with 2 sound balls happening at once. So you're gonna have a sound ball there, and Liz, you can start with a sound ball there. And there probably will be other ones thrown in. So stay on your toes, stay present for people. Make sure that you're looking around. Make sure that they know. Don't leave someone stranded with a ball. Be there for them. Ready, set, go.
Beep.
Pew, pew, pew. Hauga.
Hey. Ernie.
Gra.
Shim sham. Gugui.
Oh. Hiya.
Austin.
Pew. Soaking.
Lou. Hiya.
Whoosh. Hiya.
Tori. Hey, what?
Jason. Liz.
Austin.
Hey. Hiya.
There too? Throw one back. I can get it. Austin. Liz. Okay, pause there. All right, who has one? You have one? Okay, Mike has one. What else do we have?
Yeah, Mike has 2.
Mike, you have 2? You have 1? You have 1. 4. What do you have one? You have a name? Two sounds. Name?
Sound.
Name. Okay, well, we did have 4 balls in there. We had 2 name, 2 sound. So that was pretty good. Yeah. There we go. So that is name ball, sound ball. This is another type of activity. We come back to it later in the 11-day program. We do it again. It's just a super fun activity, and you as a facilitator can add in a bunch of different types of balls to get thrown around. So I've done it with like you throw just a random word like fire truck or bear, whatever like that. The directions are always the same. You just repeat what you heard and keep it passing. A great way to develop presence in the room, to develop focus, to practice not stockpiling ideas. And it's when it comes to the stress element, there's that idea of like not sounding prepared, the chaos of it, and by the end of it, you can tell it's just kind of like fun. And it's okay if you like make a weird sound. It's okay if you say something that's wrong. That's why I don't place too much emphasis in the early rounds of the name ball of like getting it right. Because I'd rather have it just keep moving rather than like, wait, who messed up? You know what I mean? Okay.
Yeah, just on that note,
Yeah.
cueing the students in this to once they're comfortable as this is what it feels like to expand your capacity for stress, because you go into it and you have this idea of what it was supposed to be. Then you experience it and you realize, oh, it's not that idea I thought I have. And then you move through it and you're like, oh, and then with a cue like that, like this is how you increase your capacity for stress, they can then imagine themselves expanding. They imagine how much they can take on, and it kind of suggests them through the day and through the year. It's just something to keep in mind. All right, really great work. We're going to be jumping into lesson 3, back into self-awareness, and we're going to be focusing on the concept of confidence. Now, confidence, for me, the way that I define confidence is a skill of which you can begin to be comfortable in different environments that you don't know, different environments that you do know, and really stepping into those zones. Here we're going to focus on what it's like to make mistakes and how to learn and create growth mindset through those mistakes. And so I like to always redefine failing, because I think fail is a big word that comes up when we think we're making mistakes, is first attempt in learning. And so we're going to continue that process throughout these exercises. And what's really great about this is, like, again, we're building on these cues. So what you'll recognize is when kids are in an environment, and you see it all the time, where they have to stand out or they have to say something out loud, and there's judgment around when things are going wrong, small bodies crunching in, back into that state again. They start thinking in their head, everyone's judging me. They hear the words inside their mind, and really trying to break through that into this place where mistakes are good. Mistakes mean that you're learning, that you're growing, that you can be encouraged to go bigger, and to get brighter, and to really create the confidence to be around that, your students, that you're worthy of the place that you're in, and that you deserve to be there. And so we're going to focus on that, taking up space, similar concepts as we kind of take it through here.
And this is these types of activities right here around making mistakes. When I first started learning improv theater, some of the first activities we do, because improv kind of by nature is comedy, and a lot of people think to be a good improviser you must be funny or a comedian. The more I've done it and the more talented improvisers I've been around, I realize that's not quite true. The reason that improv is so funny is because you are watching people constantly make mistakes and turn those mistakes into gifts. Turn those mistakes into something that makes it seem like they meant to do it anyway. But you as an audience are watching them just fail constantly. And it's so delightful to see them be turn it into something they meant to do anyway. So we learn these skills super early in improv, because if we show up on stage and let mistakes and failure cripple us, then stories are never going to be created in the beautiful way that they can. But if we use mistakes as gifts, learn from them, and use those as cues to take us down paths that we never could have imagined previously, that's when you get to really fun places. So we're going to start today this lesson with an activity called 3 Things. I'd usually do it standing up. How are people feeling? Sit for a minute or stand? We can do stand? All right, let's stand. So we're going to get into a circle. This is a great warm-up activity that you can use on any one of these days. Bring it in any time, especially if you need to kind of energize the group, maybe after lunch or anything like that. This is an activity called 3 Things. Okay? The focus of this activity is speed. So the way it's going to work is, to start, the entire group is going to go like this. 3 things. So 1, 2, 3.
3 things.
One more time. 1, 2, 3.
3 things.
Then, one by one, we're going to give prompts to the person to either the right or left. We'll go one way around the circle. Liz, which way are we going to go? This way or this way?
We're going to go this way.
Okay, cool. Liz is bring it to me. Here we go. Okay, so we'll start with 3 things. Then I'm going to give a prompt to Jason to start. And I could say, 3 things that are purple, 3 books that you've read, 3 pieces of advice that your mom gave you, 3 ideas that you once had when you were 2 years old. Anything that comes to mind, I just throw his way, but in a category of 3. 3 things that. Jason, his job is to respond to that prompt with 3 things as fast as possible. The emphasis is on just going with whatever your mind gives you, regardless of whether that's right or wrong. If I say 3 things that are purple, and he says the sunset, grapes, and a banana, like, cool. If banana is what his mind gave him, that's okay. Because again, we're practicing not judging our ideas before we're saying them. Because that's our default. And we want to move towards that place where we're trusting our mind. Okay? It's okay to make mistakes. So we're going to start with 3 things, and then I'm going to just make up the prompt, whatever comes to my head in the moment. Ready? 1, 2. Oh, sorry. My bad. Once Jason says his 3 things, the whole group again will go 3 things, and then he's going to give the next prompt to Liz. Sorry, I should have said that. So after each person, it's 3 things. So ready? 1, 2, 3. 3 things. 3 things that you can ride on.
Bicycle, motorcycle, and a yacht.
3 things.
3 books you've read.
Emergent Strategy, Just Us, and Descent.
3 things.
3 vegetables. Zucchini, squash, and tomato.
3 things.
3 things.
3 things you love.
Oh, my cats, I love my wife, and I really love computers.
3
things.
3 things that you've flown on.
Airplane. I don't know.
Yeah. Whatever your mind gives you.
In Cantaloupe.
Great.
Okay.
3 things. Beautiful.
3 things that give you joy.
3 things that give me joy. My husband, my kids, and my dog.
3
3
things.
3 things that are fuzzy.
Stuffed animals, dogs, and llamas.
3 things.
3 things that you can do in the summer.
Surf, sleep in. Paddleboard.
3
3
things.
things.
3 of your favorite movies.
Favorite movies.
Whatever comes to mind. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. The Queen's Gambit, not a movie.
It's okay.
Star Wars and Lord of the Rings.
3
3
things.
things.
3 cities in Europe.
Paris, London, and France. Okay, 3 things. So that's how we play 3 things. A bunch of different ways to play this activity and practice like building up that speed. So I'm going to show you a couple different variations. So we just played it as a group, which is a great way to like demo it, to get everyone involved. Now let's do this. Let's have you 4 as a team. You 4 as a team, you 4 as a team. Okay? Getting a little mini circle. Okay? Tessa, you're going to start here. Val, you're going to start here. You're going to go around 2 times in the circle. So you're going to give the first prompt. So once it comes back to you for like a second time, then your group is done. So again, you're going to try to do it 2 times around. This is going to be a race, okay? A 3 things race. 3 things race. Doesn't matter if you get it right. Give your prompts. Ready, set, go.
3 things. 3 animals.
Zebras, lions,
3
3
things.
things.
3 things that would be your favorite song.
Balloon, pickles.
3 things.
Check.
3 things.
Vacations, my kids, and pickled jalapenos. 3 things. 3 things that crawl on the ground.
Blue, orange, mice, and
3 things.
spiders.
3 things.
3 things that you are grateful for.
Water, jungle,
My
water
family.
beans. 3 things.
My home.
3 flowers.
3 things.
Dandelion, daffodil, and tulip.
3 things.
Nice.
3 things.
3 things you want to do this summer.
Oh, one more.
Go to the
Better
beach,
go.
go to the mountains, and watch a ton of television. 3 things. Okay. 3 things that you've drunk last week.
Grapes.
Water, and milk.
Oh, wow. That was like a
very,
split
very close.
second. That was a split second. Woo. I know. They thought they had it, and then they're like, we have one more to do.
I have to receive it back.
Okay, let's get back into a circle. One other variation on that. So I love the competition element of it. We're going to keep standing real quick. Sorry. The competition element is so great, especially if like it's like a little bit static when you first play it as a big group. Once the competition is in, like even though winning does not matter at all, like it starts flying, especially with like high school age people. Okay, another variation of that is called things 3. So instead of 3 things, it's things 3. So the same thing will go like that, except instead of saying 3 things, we say things 3. Let's do that. 1, 2, 3.
Things 3.
So it's the opposite. So I would say 3 random things, and then the person responding would say the category that is in. Okay? So let's practice. Jason, you'll say it to me so I can demo. You'll just say 3 random things. I'll respond with the category, and then everyone will go things 3, and then we'll go this way. Ready? So we'll start with things 3. 1, 2, 3.
Things 3. Mercedes, Lamborghini, Ferrari.
Okay, so one thing, that's good. But I can go, I'll say cars, then he can also do things that are like not related at all, and I have to try to combine it. I should have said that. So you can be kind to me, or you can mess with me, either way.
Let's run that back.
Okay.
Let's run that back.
Things 3.
Things 3. Monkeys, the moon, Egypt.
A children's book showcasing different places in the universe.
Things 3.
Butterfly, kite, and a field.
Things that are outside.
Things 3.
A chair, a tree, and a lake. Good places to read.
Things 3.
Africa, Paris, and Rome.
Bucket list.
Things 3.
Things 3. Nice.
Creme brulee, barbecue, chips.
Things to have at a party.
Things 3.
Grapes, watermelon, iced tea.
Things I'm gonna eat this summer.
Things 3.
You don't think of the category, just say 3 things and then let him figure out the category. So don't try to fit anything into a category. You get what I'm saying?
Like,
Just say three things. Like I want the person who's giving the prompt to get into that mindset of like whatever 3 words my mind gives me first, just say those. If they're in a category, great. If they're not, he'll find it.
pineapples, onions, and cheese.
Things you do surgery on.
Things 3.
Things 3. Okay, let's see. Clouds, sunset, and Pluto.
Things you want to sit on.
Things 3.
Elephants, rhinoceroses, and toenails. Things that are hard.
Things 3.
Shoelaces, Swiss cheese, and mice.
Crazy little science project to catch mice.
Things 3.
Things 3.
All right, give yourselves a round of applause. So that activity is 3 things, a great way to lead into this lesson around making mistakes, and also just a fantastic warm-up anytime you need it. It's super fun. Let's have everyone get into partner with someone you have not worked with today as a partner. Okay. How are we doing on the camera? We got 20 minutes. Oh, we're good. 15 minutes left on this. Yeah, you can charge that one. Okay. Here we go. We have about 15 minutes, so we're going to take lunch break. So you and your partner are going to count to 3. That's all you're going to do in this activity. You're going to face each other, and you're going to count to 3, switching off numbers. Jason, you want to come demo with me?
Sure.
So the order will go 1,
2,
3,
4.
So we'll start back at 1,
1,
2,
3,
1,
2,
3,
1,
2,
3.
So the goal in this game is about making mistakes. That's why it's in this unit. So we're going to try to go as fast as we possibly can until the point that we're making mistakes. If you're not making mistakes, then you're not playing this game right. Okay? So I want you to go as fast as you possibly can. You can get back into that ready stance. We're going to demo one more time, going as fast as we possibly can. We should be making a mistake at some point. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Okay. So there might have been a mistake in there. I'm not even sure. With you and your partner, as fast as you can. 1, 2, 3, back and forth. If you mess up, just start back over. Ready, set, go. The next round, we're gonna, instead of saying 1, you clap your hands.
When do we call it the body language?
I will in a minute.
What?
I'll in a minute. Okay, pause there, pause there, pause there. All right. All right, how's that going? How's that going? Good? You're not sure if you're doing it right? It's okay. Okay, so some people are making mistakes? Okay. Good, okay, good. That's what it's about, so that's good. Okay, next round, instead of saying the number 1, you're going to clap your hands. So we're replacing someone verbally saying number 1 with a clap of the hands. So it's going to clap 2, 3, clap 2, 3. We'll demo real quick, but the other direction I want to give is as you do this round, just pay attention to, in that moment you make a mistake, how your body physically responds in that moment. Just notice it, that's all. What you do, facial expression, anything like that. So it's going to be clap 2, 3. It will look something like this.
2.
3. Okay. I mean, that's it. 3, 7.
2.
3. 2.
3. 2.
3. Okay. So you and your partner give it a try. Notice what happens in that moment. Okay, pause there, pause there, pause there. Good job, good job, good job. All right, all right. Harder, easier? Harder, harder? Yeah, have to think about that.
What even comes next after what you just said?
Right. Okay, so some people felt harder. Some people are like to get into like a little bit of a rhythm with the clap. Some people find it easier. I find it harder. Yeah, me too. I find it harder as well. Anything you noticed about that moment where there's a mistake? What came up?
We definitely get disconnected because we were just like, oh my God.
Yeah, right, a little bit disconnected. I heard a lot of laughter.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. A lot of laughter. We've kind of been hitting on it throughout the day, but oftentimes you'll see when people make a mistake in this game, it's like, back away from their partner. Oftentimes I'll see a lot of people in the way that their body language presents itself, signaling to their partner is my bad. Like, it was my mistake. I'm sorry. I recognize I'm in a mistake. Like, sometimes they'll go like that. Like, don't punish me. I'll punish myself. I made a mistake. I recognize that. Jason's talked a lot about today, that body language of like physically closing off, becoming more submissive, becoming smaller. This activity, we want to try to retrain our body's physical response to failure. So we teach something called the circus bow. It comes from the circus. When trapeze artists, if they take a fall off the trapeze, once they dust themselves off, no matter what happened, even if they made a mistake, they're going to still get up and go, ta-da. So we actually teach this circus bow. So on 3, I want you to try that with me. Throw your hands up and say ta-da. 1, 2, 3, ta-da! So now, in this next round, we're going to replace saying the number 2 with a snap. If you can't snap, pretend you can snap. Clap, snap, and then the number 3. And I want you to try to see what this feels like. If you make a mistake, just go ta-da and back to it. Okay? ta-da, and then just get right back into it. We're going to demo real quick. We'll demo real quick. We'll demo real quick, and then we're going to get into it. Ready? 3.
3.
3.
3.
Oh, ta-da!
Ta-da!
Okay. You and your partner, ready, set, go.
It's been a little while.
Huh?
It's been a little while.
Keep going fast. Keep going fast.
Faster and faster. Good. Beautiful.
Okay, pause there, pause there, pause there. Nice job, nice job. Okay, how's the ta-da bounce? I saw a lot of good ones in there. Yeah, good.
I think it's crazy that no one else is in the room when I'm doing that. Like, I know you guys are saying ta-da and stuff, but like I'm so engaged with her that I'm like,
Yeah.
no one else exists.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, this type of activity could definitely be in a unit like just around connecting with another person, because not only are you like failing together, and we'll touch on that in a minute, but like also your eye contact straight. If I was just to say, okay, look into each other's eyes for 5 minutes, you could be like, whoa. But if we are doing something else, it makes it a little bit more manageable. And that whole time you are connecting through that eye contact. It might feel a little weird to throw your hands up and say like, ta-da. But that's fine. That's like natural, and that's part of like retraining the body's physical response. In this last round, what we're going to do is we're going to replace the number 3 with a stomp. So it's going to be a clap, snap, stomp. This time, if your partner makes a mistake, I want you to assume that you did something that made them mess up. You like looked at them weird, or like you said something in a weird tone of voice, or like it's a team sport. Right? So if your partner messes up, I want you to assume that like you were at fault, and both of you will do the ta-da bow together. I saw that. I saw that. Do the ta-da bow together and then get back into it. Ready? So clap, snap, stomp. We don't need to do a demo. You know what it looks like. Ready, set, go. Yeah. I was like, there we go.
There it is. Throw it up,
yeah,
throw it up.
Yeah, I over there. I like can't even get one round of it.
Let's hear those ta-das.
Okay, pause there. Very nice. Very nice. How is everyone feeling about their partner right now? Phenomenal. One of the things I think is so cool about this activity, it's like when you set out with a team to accomplish a goal and you hit all the milestones along the way and it's seamless, that can be a really powerful bonding force if there's not this fight over who takes credit for that success. But what can even be a more powerful bonding force is if a team goes through something, they mess up, they make mistakes, the path isn't straight and smooth, and there isn't this fight over who takes blame for mistakes. And there's a shared experience, a shared resilience in that team. That can even be a more powerful bonding force, which I love. Mm-hmm. And when we teach this idea of like mistakes are gifts, it's kind of like cliche. I mean, it seems like something that would be on like a poster that no one really pays attention to in an office place. The thing is like this is about creating psychological safety for people. Even in hospital settings, you know, I've done workshops in hospitals and had people literally tell me like, well, I can't, you know, mess up on a surgery and just be like, ta-da. And I'm like, yes, please don't do that. Totally right. However, even in a hospital setting, when they're in more psychologically safe units where people feel comfortable to, if they make a mistake, take responsibility for that, admit a mistake, and then learn from it, those units report better rates of care than those that are less psychologically safe. So yes, you can't like just celebrate like if something goes terribly wrong, but having a psychologically safe environment where you feel okay to take risks and learn from things when things go wrong, in the long term, that's going to lend itself to better outcomes. Yeah. So the last activity before we're going to go to lunch in this unit on making mistakes is called What Are You Doing? So let's get into groups of 3. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Trio. Let's have Jason jump in. Yeah, let's get new people. Let's have new people. Let's switch it up a little bit. Jason will jump in.
Oh man.
Finally.
Okay. Throughout the rest of the day and throughout the rest of these lessons, especially if you're teaching this kind of stuff, keep reminding people about the ta-da bell. It's so useful. It's such a great piece of like retraining that body physical response and language that now everyone is sharing. When I've come back to companies that I've taught these exercises in, like a year, 2 years later, they forget a lot of things, sure, if it's like a one-day workshop. Something that I still see when I go back is like, ta-da. You know, you can do that anytime. Like you trip coming into the classroom, ta-da. You know, and then everyone like gets it. Like that's our shared language now. Okay, so this activity, you're going to have 2 people playing at once, 1 person in the wings, as we say. So 1 person waiting to come in. So why don't we have Liz and Tessa, you can kind of, I'm saying that right, with an A, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, Tessa. So for this demo, let's have Tessa, you'd be in the wings, okay? Liz and I would be playing. So the way this game works is someone is just going to start miming some sort of action. So mime some sort of action, playing basketball or whatever. Okay, you're playing, yes. Yeah. That's it. That's it. Yeah, I like it. That's right. I love it. So mime playing basketball. So I, as the scene partner here, I'm going to ask Liz, what are you doing? Now, you're going to respond by saying anything that is not what you're actually doing, nor does it look like what you're doing. So if I were to say, Liz, what are you doing? You can't say playing bongos because it looks like you're kind of playing bongos. Okay? If you were to say, I'm playing basketball, I'm playing bongos, or anything that looks like that, the person in the wings, you'd call her out, you'd swap her, you'd go, woohoo, ta-da, and you'd come out, and then she'd come in, okay? So we'll take it slow. So I'd say, what are you doing?
Playing a banjo.
Playing a banjo. So when she says she's playing a banjo, now I start mimicking like I'm playing the banjo, and right away, before I have time to think, right as I'm taking up that action, you ask me, what am I doing?
What are you doing?
Cooking. What are you doing?
Sewing.
All right, so you have to be that, yeah, exactly. So ta-da, kind of look like you're sewing. Person in the wings.
Do you both do it or just the one? Both?
Yeah, you can both do it. You can both do it. Team sport, I like it. Person in the wings, it's okay to be a little harsh if they're pausing or it kind of looks like it. Like this game, let's have fun with like swapping in and out and all that kind of stuff. So that's the way it works. The challenge is to like quickly ask them what are you doing before they have time to think of the next thing. All right, so let's do one more demo here. So that she got out on like sewing, so I'll start.
What are you doing?
Ta-da! All right, now you try.
Okay. What are you doing?
Or so you can start sewing because I got out.
Oh, okay.
So now you ask.
What are you doing?
Petting a cat.
So you start petting a cat. Yeah. Ask her.
What are you doing?
Skiing.
Ask her.
What are you doing?
Jumping rope.
Ask her. Quick.
What are you doing?
Not too long. All right, that pause, you bring him out. All right, so try it within your group.
God, that's gonna be hard. This is hard.
All right, let's see. All right, you start an action.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Painting.
Oh, wait.
What are you doing?
Yeah, no,
What are you doing?
Okay, I have to start.
Riding a bike.
Okay.
Now you ask him.
What are you doing?
Running.
Sitting down. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Oh my God!
Oh, I'm petting my cat.
What are you
What are you
doing?
doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Running.
Switch.
Ta-da, let me see the ta-da about Tori.
What are you doing?
There we go.
Eating breakfast. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, I'm screwing up.
Flying.
Sorry. As soon as I said I was like, oh my God. Riding a bike.
Playing basketball.
I'm surfing.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I get confused because
Okay, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
You can stop.
Ta-da!
Well, I'm playing with my dog.
What are you doing?
Oh, what are you doing? Playing with football.
Taking a vacation.
Oh, great.
What are you doing? I am praying. Try.
What are you doing?
I don't know how to do that. Try.
Baking.
Falling down.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Petting the dog.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? I don't know. Ta-da!
All right, pause there, pause there.
I almost kept forgetting to ask what are you doing.
All right, okay.
I think you had to be like this.
Training a mouse.
I was like, let me just pass it.
Okay, how did that go? How did that go? Super fun.
That one?
Sweet.
That's awesome.
My
Terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Mike hit me with a drug test. She was balancing, so I'm doing this. And he goes, what are you doing? I'm thinking like, sobriety test. So I just said drug test.
That's great. That's great. Super fun. Super fun. Oh, we just kept talking about like sewing and basketball. That in that game, like as you're the key to facilitating that activity is getting them to a place where the person in the wings feels okay to call the other person out for pausing or making a mistake or recalling something. And it starts moving like that. That's when it gets really fun. Like it's not that fun if they're just like being safe and like nailing it every time. So the demo of that activity is important because you're gonna, in all these activities, as you do the demo as the instructor, you're setting the pace and the expectation. So if you can demonstrate that like, oh no, you pause, it's okay, yeah, all right, let's go, then they're gonna mirror that. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, to start this activity, number 3, you're going to be telling a story to number 1. Okay, number 2, you're going to be the audience for this story. Number 3, you're going to tell a story. You're just going to make it up. This does not need to be a story from your life. You can just make up a story. However, if you want it to be from your life, that's totally fine too. If you want to tell a story about like what you did last weekend, whatever it is, that's fine. Here is what I'm trying to, 3, 2, 1. Who's the other person I haven't mentioned yet? 2. Okay. Number 2, you are going to be standing near the storyteller, and as they're telling their story, you're going to be throwing them random words that they have to incorporate into their story as quickly as possible. Okay? And let that inform what the story is going to be. So if I was telling a story and Jason was throwing me words, I might say, once upon a time there was a bear named Kyle, and the bear lived in a forest out in Yosemite in a valley called Elephant Valley. in Elephant Valley, the trees were so big, and a lot of times he'd see people just journaling under the trees. So you'll go like that. Just incorporate them as quickly as you can, and you'll tell a story for a minute or so, and then I'll call you back. Ready, set, go.
Oh, I'm the listener. Okay, I'm number one. I'm sorry. You both were.
Ta-da!
Oh, 100%.
But the giraffe picked him off.
Start to find an ending to that story. If you're the storyteller, start to wrap it up. All right. Good job. Finish that up. Okay. For those who are listening to the storyteller, thank them for their story. That's a good job.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
I don't know that we'll top that.
Switch roles, so new storyteller, new suggestion giver, new audience member, and once you switch roles, get into it.
You're going to be the suggester.
Not for you. Oh, right now?
Let's go for it.
So, last weekend, I was
Chair.
So I met her at my school, I sat down in this chair that showed me outside the plastic one.
zombies. And we had children. And then the cabinets, we had to store ammo in there.
Turns out I saw a giraffe, and when they stood up their cut, it was the weirdest thing. It just kind of travels up their neck and comes out in their cheeks.
Obama appeared on the horizon
So
and starts coming in with this ex-presidential cavalry to save us.
Decided we were going to go to
Burger King trees, and Randy was telling a story about when he caught up in the surfboard, and he caught a gnarly so straightforward, he busted his nose, like,
once we were done wrapping up our lunch,
so anyway, we were all laughing about that. So Sherry gets up, now by then, she goes over to her locker, and she goes to her locker, Lynch in his locker, I want to get my keys back, right? And she's talking about the fact that family that take their clock back, big bear or something like that.
Start to finish that story up.
So then we got up, and then that is my reason.
And I knew her name was Sherry, but I didn't know
Sorry, I'm mushrooms.
All right, start to bring that to a close. Bring that to a close. Give a hand for the storyteller. We'll do one last rotation, new storyteller, new listener, new suggester. Jump into it.
One day, we went out to the jungle gym at the corner of our house.
favorite stuff about teaching because I totally forgot that. I totally failed as mother that day. Forgot snacks and stuffed animal. So we were on our way back, and of course he wanted me to carry him, and call him his favorite nickname, which is Walrus, which is so weird and strange. I don't know why he likes that, but he does. So I was calling him Walrus, and he was like on my back. And we were back to our house that day to get and he wanted to play a game.
And I just have to.
Robert, no, that's Cowboys and Indians. Yeah, so I was the cowboy at first. I was actually
Anyway, I started to
the cowboy. And we were shooting different things. And there was a little turquoise, shaped statue on one of people's doorways. And I was like pretending to shoot them on the way home and having a lot of fun. So finally we made it home, and I sat him down on the bar stool, and I grabbed a bowl out of the cupboard, and I gave him some grapes, and I found a monkey, and I gave it to him that t-shirt. And he asked Google to play his favorite Star Trek song, and she asked him who was like jamming out in the kitchen. And then I realized that I didn't volunteer because we had fun on the way home, and I was able to give him all the things he wanted.
Talk briefly in your groups about how that activity went. Talk briefly in your groups about how that went.
That was fantastic. You guys did a really, really great job.
Yeah.
Let's have you stay kind of in your groups, but just let's all face each other. Anything coming out of those little group discussions? How was that activity? How did that go? It seemed fun. A lot of laughter.
Ton of fun.
Yeah, ton of fun.
I love improving on the story.
Yeah, it's cool, right?
That was
Yeah.
cool.
So going back to like the lesson on like constraints, constraints actually leading to creativity. Very direct translation to this game. There's not even like a big transfer of knowledge you need to make between like how does this relate. One of the things I like to pull out of this when I'm debriefing this activity is the unique ways in which people incorporate the words into the stories. Like even in the example that I did when he said elephant, like I had this bear in a valley and then I just called the valley Elephant Valley. So it was like if I'm going on this path down my story, Jason gave a little roadblock and I was like, boop, boop, and I like kind of stayed on the path. So that's one way to do it. But you can also, if he said elephant, and I could say, well, oh, the bear like met an elephant and they became friends. I'm like, whew, that's like a whole different story. There's a couple different ways you can use the constraints. You can completely change direction, or you can kind of let that kind of like water rushing over a rock. It can just be a little bump. Neither of those are better or worse, but each of those are going to slightly change the direction you're going and to increase your capacity and build the muscle of being okay to change that direction, even if it's slightly, even if it's big. That takes practice, and that's what this activity is about. Anything else anyone wants to pull out of that?
I was going to say that as far as constraints go, I mean, like our students definitely have a lot of constraints on themselves in their just the world that they live in. And so teaching this kind of thing with them, and also pointing out that like this is, you know, in your life, like when you're like, and if we have students who don't have, like they don't have their school supplies, like I don't have a pencil or I don't have whatever, like there's ways to work around things maybe and be creative. Like
Yeah.
I just like that, the translation of that into their lives.
Yeah, and just like it's delightful as the listener to like see what they come up with, and like this lesson and so much of improv is about like changing direction is like can lead to like amazing things. It can lead to such creative ideas that you never would have come up with if you were locked into whatever direction you were going. Again, we're not going to debrief too much, so we're going to get into the next activity. You're going to stay in these groups of 3. This next activity is called Realtor. This can be played in groups of 2, groups of 3, groups of 4. We're going to try it in groups of 3 just because you're already set up there, so it's just easy. So you all remember your numbers, 1, 2, 3. So whoever's number 1, you're going to start as the realtor in this game. So what's going to happen is you're going to lead 2 prospective buyers, the other 2 partners, through an imaginary home. Okay, like an open house. You're going to actually walk in, you open the door, walk in, join me here. You're going to walk into the house, and I want you to imagine the house. You're going to walk them through it, and you're going to say, oh, look at this kitchen. See, this is a beautiful kitchen. And I want you to pretend, as the realtor, like you know these people. You know why this house is perfect for them. So if you see the kitchen, oh, you're going to love this. I know you love limestone. I heard you've talked about it so much. You love the color. This house is it's just the perfect house for them. So you're going to walk them through different features of the house. Now, when it comes to the constraints lesson in this activity, the 2 buyers, as the person is showing you around the house, I want you to point to things in the house that they, the realtor, have to justify why that is there. So you might be going through the house and someone might be like, why did you paint this entire room green? And then they have to justify why that's there. Or you could say oh my God, is that a water slide outside? What's that about? And then they have to come up with why. So the game is going to be you're sharing control a little bit, where the realtor is showing some rooms, but then I want the buyers to kind of be throwing in suggestions, just like that little game we played, asking about different features of the house. Like, why is there a shining light that is blinking from the ceiling? Just come up with anything you see. And watch the realtor have to incorporate that and why that is the perfect thing to have in the house. Okay, so number 1, you're going to start as the realtor, and then we're going to do the same kind of switching pattern. All right, ready? Begin.
Okay, cool. Oh, I see. Okay, no.
So this is the entryway. You'll see this is a really nice space. We've got some marble floor.
Why is there an elephant hanging from the ceiling?
Oh, you know what? The previous owners were into going on safaris all the time, and so they had some animals shipped back here, and they kind of have some animals decorated around the house. So it was kind of there. Okay, so the previous lineup, what they would do with that. All right, and then this is the entryway, and as you can see, there's a gorgeous stairwell that goes up like a winding stairway with a gorgeous chandelier. That's the elephant.
The bookshelf over there is kind of half open. It's not stuck to the wall.
Because they're going to be taking that with them, so that's not coming with the house. That is actually instructions to be leaving with the family. Selling the home, so that's why it's halfway on, halfway off. Wait till we get to the kitchen. You guys are going to absolutely love this kitchen. It's amazing. Oh, okay. All right, let's head this way towards the kitchen. All right, and there's amazing. Check out these amazing granite countertops and this island to die for. You can seat 15 people.
How come there are 3 sinks?
Because when you have parties, everybody has to be able to wash their hands, get ready. If everybody wants to prepare their own meals. A lot of cabins sometimes have multiple kitchens throughout the house, so 3 sinks would be extremely helpful. When you're having a big party, lots of people could be preparing food at the same time. So again, the granite floors, not granite, what did I say? Marble floors, continued on into the kitchen. Let's go ahead and check out some of the downstairs bedrooms. Take an observe and see what they have to offer you, see if they're big enough, and if you like them.
I heard some of the bedrooms are shaped in large Cheez-Its. What's up with that? The big Cheez-It snacks?
Yeah?
They're big Cheez-Its beds. What's going on with that?
Cheez-It bed. You never know when you might get hungry, right? When you need a snack? Got the big nice snacks kicking in? You got plenty to take care of that at the evening time, for sure. Snacks are the best. And the beds are made out of them, so it's awesome.
So why is there a giant bathtub in the middle of this?
We call this the boom boom room. This is where a couple things get a little freaky deaky. So they did have this masterful this oversized tub.
All right, let's pause there. Let's pause there, pause there. All right, pause there. Before we switch roles, I just want to check in how that's going. How's that first round? Super fun. It's hard.
It didn't. You did not make it seem hard. You made it seem like it was really easy.
That's great. That's great. I love that. I love that. Cool. Yeah. As I was walking around, it seemed like it was going really well. Remember, as the people who are the buyers and the people who is the realtor, like in improv, we have the saying that's make your partner look good. So whatever is happening in this house, like just choose to love it because it's more fun and we get to choose right now. We're just playing, right? So like they're saying, oh, you're gonna love this kitchen. As you're walking to that kitchen, oh wow, you do love that kitchen. And whatever she's justifying, if there's a bed made of Cheez-Its, whatever she says, like why, like she knows you. She knows you're gonna love that. So whatever she says, lean into this is the greatest thing, right? And you as the realtor also be focusing on that. Lean into why it's going to be perfect for them, okay? So let's switch roles and try it again.
Okay, who's the realtor now?
Realtor away.
Oh, get it, realtor.
All right, guys, so I know you're going to love this house.
Double
There
doors.
is
I mean,
four bedrooms.
the second door doesn't really
There's a
open,
complete
but you can open
and the
it,
kitchen
but you use this
is
door here.
Cannot wait to see
Fine.
it.
Check
Someone
it out.
knows the
Come
entrance.
on in.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful.
You can
There's only
see
one little
the
railing that
backyard
separates, so
from here.
it looks like a separate room.
That is the craziest statue of a Tyrannosaurus I've ever seen.
Yes, their son loves dinosaurs, and so they have so many dinosaurs that they like are gonna leave this one for you guys,
Oh,
so you
that's
can keep
incredible.
it in your living room as well. So it's
Yes, I
gonna be
love
great.
it.
What about the portrait of the parent that's on the wall?
Portrait of a parent.
Yeah.
So again, their son just like loves animals, and so he like drawing that for them. And again,
Quite an artist.
and you guys love that. So I suggested.
Oh, yeah. Oh, birds.
I hope you can commission us a painting.
I know, right?
So let's walk into the kitchen. The kitchen is
So what do you have? Anyways, so he has to plug in at night. I understand he's getting an upgrade so he can use one of the Dolphin chargers and have to plug his ass in it. So, anyways, I'm really being very energetic. I love it.
So I noticed that there's windows up on the ceiling.
Yes. Well, okay. It is awesome. We have beautiful cloud structure today. Okay. Clouds go by all the time. But it's beautiful because we get to see all the stars. It's very nice. It's nice and dark. Sometimes
It is
Okay, let's pause there. Let's just make that last switch. Last realtor.
Welcome to this home. I'm so excited for you two to both see
Switch
this
it up.
because you are going to
Last
absolutely
person who's
love
the
it.
realtor.
Let's walk in. Everything in this house is backwards. So we start in the laundry room. When you walk in, it is the laundry. Like I know how much you guys love doing everything the other way around. So like take a look at this laundry room. We actually have the dryer and the
Switch it up.
washer on completely different sides
have you
here.
guys done your last
So
switch?
you can actually put it in, wash your clothes, and then walk all the way across the room to dry it so you can get in extra steps.
Oh, okay. I was gonna
Yeah.
say the step counter.
Yeah, like you get extra steps. Everything you do in this
that.
house is extra steps. So it's unbelievable.
How come
Yeah.
the washer and dryer are so small though? Like the capacity.
You know, if you weren't spending all of your time washing and drying clothes, we would have to think about things that we don't want to think about today. And so like in this way, you can actually stay focused on the task and then like come over and do at least 20 to 30 loads a weekend. But they're perfect for a weekend because
Extra steps in it.
yeah, it's perfect for going back and forth. Let me take you to the bathroom. Now, this bathroom is amazing because like we have put in doors where you can like have your sink, then you open a door, you close it behind you, then you have the toilet, then you open the door, you close it, then you get your toilet paper. Yeah. She's always focusing on the steps because I know how much you guys love moving all the time, never having a chance to just like sit in it and think. Like, Yeah, the locks. You're gonna love this about the locks. Each lock has a combination that you can practice your lock cracking skills. And the more locks you crack on a daily basis, the more locks you'll be able to get into when you go to schools. And let's say Kevin gets locked out, it'll just be like.
There was a dog in the laundry room. Does the dog come with the house?
The dog absolutely comes with the house, fully trained.
All right, let's come back into a circle. Let's come back into a circle. We got one more game we're going to run through in this lesson around constraints and creativity. Again, we're not going to go too much into debrief here. Maybe if there's one or two comments that want to come out from that activity, anyone want to share anything that come out? Or else we can keep moving.
I think just a good key is the more you're able to create a picture and like create words that you allow the people to visualize when you're instructing or doing examples for the students, the more creative they get to be as they like paint it out, because then it's like you're really in it and you're thinking about all these things and it sparks even more thoughts.
Cool. Anything else?
My house didn't have a kegerator, and I'm kind of bummed. Milkmaid on the 5th floor.
That's good. Okay, the next activity we're gonna is play it in groups of 4. So if you have odd numbers in your groups, you could just do like 5. Yeah, 4 or 5 I would do. So let's just have group of 4, and let's have you guys sit in chairs on this one, just because the rest was standing in that. Okay. Okay. So let's number each other. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. To play this game is called Gibberish Translation. Okay? So number 1 and number 2, you two are friends. You're not your actual people. You're like made up friends, your characters, your friends. Where would 2 friends just be like having a normal conversation? Where would you might have a conversation? A what? A hike. So maybe you're like sitting on a bench on a hike. You're out in the woods, okay? Just 2 friends hanging out in the park on a hike, and you're having a conversation, okay? So are you in 1 and 2, or who's playing here? Who's 1 and 2? 1 and 2. Okay, so you all are going to be having a conversation. The person across from you is going to be your translator. And the reason that you need a translator is because everything you say to your partner is going to be gibberish. You're just going to make up sounds. Okay?
Just sounds.
Yeah, back here. Oh, hunahara, ukara. Okay? So you're just going to make up gibberish, and you're going to have a conversation in gibberish. After each line you say, the translator is going to say what you actually said. And then you're going to respond based on that, okay? A couple things to keep in mind. When you are speaking in gibberish, actually try to communicate a message to her. So don't just like randomly say sounds with no intention. See if you can put some intention to actually help your translator be guided. And then you, as the person who's responding, make sure you're both listening to the gibberish and the cues that are coming out of there and the translation, and respond and respond. And then you'll be translating the response, okay? So we'll have a conversation like this, gibberish translation. This is a friendly interaction. This isn't a fight. No one's blaming anything for anything. This is a very casual, just friendly conversation.
Do you
Okay?
want to do a quick demo?
I think we can kind of go for it. I think we can see it. All right? Ready, set, begin. So then you translate whoever, after each line, or whoever's translating for Tessa would translate that.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah.
I'm good. How are you?
What kind of food do you like?
Very good.
I'm gonna move it up. I like a nice
You are. Little blonde. The
So,
want.
I, de darde, and
Why don't you try this? Why?
garble de,
I know, it's ridiculous. I don't like movies. I didn't like anything. I just try. I can't ever please you.
I mean, how do you want?
Oh, so I'm the problem now.
Okay, we're supposed to be having a nice time here.
You're right, you're right.
Fine.
But I just want to say something. One thing. And I'm going to be suspenseful with it.
Where are you guys going next?
You need to appreciate suspension. I'm from art school, and this is how we do it. Next time we definitely
Oh, I forgot you went to art school.
All right, start to end that conversation. Find an ending to that conversation.
Cheers. That was fantastic. That was so good. So good.
Okay.
And they all wept.
Before we switch partners, I heard it was going well over here. When is it like fun? When is it really moving and feel like it's really working? What is happening in those moments? When does it feel like it's really going?
I was waiting to see what these two came up with so I knew how to react. Because I was like, what are you going to say? Okay,
Right.
how do I react to that?
Yeah.
It's kind of cool, though.
Yeah.
Not.
Cool. Okay.
I was interested when you said, like, kind of follow what they were saying, even though you're like, I was like, we're gonna have no idea what they're saying. But then, like, their inflections and their shortness or longness, we followed, I felt like pretty well. Like, I was like, it matched the rhythm and flow, I guess.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And this is
What I
yeah.
thought was so funny was I had this entire narrative in my head, and none of it was coming out.
Right? And it's
That was the best part.
and this is also why it's the third activity in this day, because it's like the story one, right? You do have a sense, but based on what she says, you kind of have to keep, changing directions a little bit, right? Absolutely.
Apparently I split my underwear too.
I saw we can play with the amount of information that the people in Gibberish are giving, right? The amount of information that you're communicating tonally with your voice, and also how you physically are doing things. Like I saw, like that, or like you did like a cheers at the end. You were clearly signaling to them, like, I want to say cheers. Or I think you did like this kind of motion. In this next round, what I want you to focus on, if you are the translator, not only do I want you to communicate what they said verbally, but see if you can actually embody all the physicality that they were speaking with as well. So if he was going like that at the end, the translator, I want you to actually go like that at the end too when you're saying what they said. We actually return in lesson 9 or 10, I think, of this curriculum to Gibberish Translator, specifically in a lesson where we're talking about ways that we communicate other than just using our language. And so that's exactly what we're hitting on here. So let's switch the partners. So these are new people in a new conversation. What should the context be of this conversation? Again, they're friends, they're friendly, or they could be family. Anytime, a barbecue? Family barbecue, something? Or yeah, it could be family, it could be friends. You'll notice anytime that I'm looking for suggestions or setting up scenarios, very important to assert that it's like a friendly atmosphere. These people like each other. If we're in the Realtor house, you like what you're doing. Because a lot of times, students will go to the negative because it can be funny at first, but it can quickly become not a safe space. And that's also important to assert that the people who are speaking gibberish right now, you are completely giving up control to the translator. The translator can make you look bad. They can make you fall on your face. And so throughout this whole curriculum, we want to make sure that we're setting up a safe space and like everyone likes each other. You're making your partner look good, right? So keep that tenor and all the suggestions that you're making. So let's switch partners, new conversation. This is at a barbecue and new translators. Take on the whole physicality of the other people.
How's the family?
They're good.
I heard that your daughter's
Please laugh like her after the.
Keep going, keep going.
Yes, she did.
And then.
This is her guest day. And so, all of a sudden, I had like the
My husband just left for college too.
all of a sudden, right in the middle, like, she just chopped off a large chunk.
That's kind of odd. Isn't he a little old to be in college? Sorry.
Really?
Well, I mean, you have to go at some point. So it's going to be happy for him.
That's true. Everybody deserves a chance to come back and prove themselves.
That's a bad. I got my heart and
I just saw him going, no big deal.
you know, it's such a crazy time right now. We just had a baby. So, I mean, it is kind of weird that he left, but it's
We're going here next. We're not going to debrief after the end of this.
Okay.
Maybe we should go make a plate of food. Are you hungry yet? Let's go to the table.
I think we should go. But you know what? I'm not like hungry, but I guess I'll eat anyway. So
I mean, how generous of you to offer to that poor guy over there is obviously homeless.
I'm so upset I'm not playing this game. This game is the best.
All right, start to find an end to that conversation. It's done. And when you're finished, let's come back into the circle. All right, come back into a circle. All right, so that one wraps up the lessons on constraints into opportunities. We're going to keep it rolling just because we have a lot of activities here. So the next session, Jason.
So our next lesson is going to be on emotions. So we're finally hitting emotions. Key factors of this, just to break it down a little more so you have more of a background in it. You know, we all have sensations, which is our body is always picking up things. And then what happens is we have perceptions of those sensations. That is where now we have drawn focus. So if I were to, suggest, think about your right toe in your shoe right now, you would now notice how it feels. But you didn't notice that the entire time we've been here. You just weren't perceptive of that. And what comes off of perception is a thought. And your thought is a combination of perception plus a memory that's used in your mind. And through that, you develop meaning. And it's through all of those that emotions come from. That is why it is so difficult to put your finger on emotions. And so what we're going to talk about here and what we're going to go through are basically different exercises where kids are getting into different emotional states, where you can see it on their faces, they can read it. And we're not going to go into like a crazy amount of emotions, just ones where they can access. And what we want to focus on is them accessing it at different points because it creates resourcefulness inside of them. When they have the resourcefulness to change emotions and change expressions and change moods, they're able to get things more quickly, they're able to work themselves through problems, they're able to change the way that they're looking at things in their perspective. So that's what we're going to focus on now.
Yeah. So the first activity in this section is called, this is an adaptation of an activity that I've done a lot, which is called Status Monkey. It's odd. It's an odd name. This one we're calling Status Monkey with Emotions. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to need one volunteer, and it's going to be a safe. You're going to be safe. Don't worry. Yeah. Awesome. Let's give them a round of applause. Just based on the camera here. So let's have you stay there, and let's have the rest of us come and sit right here, just like looking at him. And you can just take like a neutral position in your chair, just hanging out. So to start off, when we're thinking about emotions, this activity, essentially, Mike is kind of like a doll who we're gonna kind of like give him suggestions on how he can position his body, if we could see him without a mask, how he could position his face, to try to communicate different emotions. So I could say like, Mike, your feet are like this. Can you try putting your feet like this? Right. And then we as a group would kind of like just look and just say like, what does that communicate? Okay. So as the facilitator, I would start by saying an emotion that we're looking to communicate. And then us as a group will say like, Mike, try, leading your knees together a little bit. And see how that like immediately changes like what he's communicating. So that's what we're going to do. So just sit neutrally to start. What's an emotion that we could try to communicate?
Smile.
So maybe happy? Happy? Yeah, happiness. Okay, so yeah, smile. Okay. What else could we try? What else could we have him do?
Pensive.
Let's stay on happy real quick.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. So happy, so we have a smile. What else could communicate happy?
Jazz hands, cheering.
Cheering. Yeah, awesome. Okay, let that go. How about just like sit up a little straighter? Yeah. But kind of like shoulders from the end.
Playful feet.
Yeah, I like that.
Shoulders back.
Ooh, the tapping of the feet.
Mm.
I feel like we're at a jazz festival.
Yeah, what happens if you like move your head a little bit like side to side like this? Yeah, interesting.
You're making me feel happy.
Okay, what's a new emotion we can do?
I'm grooving on this one.
I know.
Worry.
You said
Pensive.
pensive? Okay, let's try pensive. So let's start neutral again. So you're neutral again. Yeah. So let's make one suggestion at a time. What could he try to communicate?
Cross your arms like this and roll your shoulders down like a little bit, yeah.
Maybe put your eyes up and to the left.
Tap your foot, one foot.
Big sigh like you're like frustrated.
Maybe chin down a little bit.
Keep looking at your watch like you have to be somewhere. If you had a watch on.
Look to the other side, like you were looking up to one side. Look up to the other side now. All right, let's go neutral. Let that go. What's another emotion we could try? Frustrated, yeah. So you stay neutral. We'll do it. What can we try?
Tap your fingers.
Yeah, tap your fingers.
Shake your head back and forth.
And roll your eyes.
Kind of stomp your feet.
Maybe like furrow your brow a little bit.
Throw your hands up.
How about like kind of like sitting back, like slouch. Let your whole body just like.
Yeah, no eye contact.
Nod your head like no back and forth.
Ooh, the slow eye roll you just did.
What about like putting your hand to your forehead, like, or maybe like that, maybe like kind of like down into your hand, like a blue, yeah.
Maybe squint your eyes a little bit. Yeah.
Doesn't feel good.
Okay, let's go neutral. Let's do one more of these. One last emotion. Let's give Mike a big round of applause.
I could never project that much exasperation in someone. I feel so bad. Like, God, come on, why am I judging so badly?
Let's try one more. Hopeful. And let's see how small of suggestions we can make for Mike that will slowly add up to hopeful emotion. How small?
You could stand up if you want to.
We know Mike likes to stand. Yeah. Oh, you look very hopeful.
Can you cross your hands like this?
I don't know if you're showing your teeth under your mask, but like kind of just a closed smile. Like not a huge smile, just kind of like a, like slight smile.
Mm-hmm.
Eyebrows up, yeah.
And it's okay if people make a suggestion that doesn't lead to something hopeful. Like we're just trying to test out things to see like what does it communicate.
Pointing to something like you're excited to see it.
Let's have.
Right on.
Yeah, right on. Let's have you ground your feet. So like you're doing a lot of like tapping, just like totally grounded. Yeah, no tapping.
Maybe not the hands clasped.
Yeah.
They feel kind of, yeah.
Or like a little nervous almost, right?
What about shoulders back? Up back and back.
Yeah, like maybe tilt your head like a little bit to the side, like almost like you're posing for like a photo shoot. not like that, but kind of like you're looking out to the side a little bit into the distance. Yeah. Cool. Okay, let that go, and you can join back. Sit back in your seat, and you can take a seat. All right, let's come back into a little circle. So this one is, I think it would be a fascinating one to run with students. Emotions, like this lesson in particular, Jason and I talked a lot about these activities because this is going to be hard. Like these are going to be challenging activities because accessing different emotions can be very intimidating for people. And as we go through this lesson and through a lot of these lessons, there are going to be emotions that people are very comfortable displaying, and there are going to be emotions that people are very uncomfortable displaying. And that's part of it, is like seeing what we're uncomfortable with. It's useful information to know that like Mike feels uncomfortable displaying that exasperation. But it doesn't hurt to like go there and even like get a sense of what that body positioning feels like. Because not only is he expanding his own capacity for that, but also he may be able to recognize it in social settings, even with more awareness. So yeah.
Do you ever, like, especially for kids, I'm thinking, like, do you ever have like a set of examples, like, because I know our students, like, if I'm like, what are you feeling? Right? Like a lot, and they're not, those emotions aren't as like prevalent as like knowing.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried that?
Yeah, you mentioned having.
Yeah, a good way that could be fun to integrate it in, and it would be like you could do it in a simple worksheet or just have them, I like to use like emojis. So like give them the emoji of like what's going on and then like fill out the rest of the body. Yeah. Like have them picture, because you know like all the kids are very, very in touch with their emojis. Yeah, so it's like now they're recognizing, oh, well, happy, but like fill in the rest of the body.
Yeah.
We have a really diverse population, and I'm wondering if there are some like cultural differences in how emotions are projected So it might be kind of interesting too to see what students.
That's a great point. That's a great point, and I think, yeah, as the facilitator of these exercises, definitely like bring that to the surface, because that's going to be like such great learning for everybody. If someone's saying like, oh, that didn't look hopeful to me at all, that looked like this. And if you can have people communicate that and have a conversation around that, oh, that'd be such great stuff, like such great learning. Okay, the next activity, and this is called emotional roller coaster. So we're gonna run through this one pretty quick, but it's gonna call back some of the things we did at the very first lesson, which was the wandering and walking. So when I would lead this with the group, I'd do the wander walks again. I'd probably bring back the clap. I'd probably say like walk through the sand, walk on the moon, because they're gonna remember and get a little bit more comfortable because they've already done it. For right now, we're going to skip all that, and I'm just going to teach this new part of the activity. So let's get up and just wander around a little bit. You are characters in your own story, okay? And I'm going to narrate a story that you're moving through. It's going to be a very simple story of like waking up, getting ready to go to school, getting on the bus. If you ride the bus to school, that's awesome. If you don't, that's awesome. You're a character. You're not yourself. So you're riding the bus to school. You're going to get to school. You're going to walk through like the halls, see some friends, get into class. Like that's going to be the basic story. I'm going to narrate it, and you're just going to like be in your world. Imagine that you are that character going through that day. At certain points, I might say pause, and then I'm going to give you an emotion after pause. So I might say pause, happy. And then I'm going to continue to narrate the story, but now your character is doing everything in that story really happily. Everything is happy. I might say pause, frustrated. And now everything that's happening in that story is going to be colored with the lens of being frustrated. Okay? So let's try that. Let's have everyone walk around. And if the directions of the story I'm narrating don't entail you walking, you can just stop and do whatever I'm saying. So you just woke up out of bed. You're waking up out of bed, get a nice little stretch. Yeah, you go to the window, open the window, maybe open the curtains, get some fresh air, get some nice sunlight, feel how that feels. Pause. In the next part of the story, you're going to do in a tired state. You're tired. That's your emotion. You're tired. Okay, now you're going to go and you're going to go to the breakfast table. Yeah, go to the breakfast table. Let that tired emotion and really take on that in your whole body. Yeah, tired. You get to the table, you can pull up a seat, or you can just stand at the table, with the standing table, of course. Yeah, and just have some breakfast. Just what's for breakfast? Imagine it right there in front of you. You're eating, but you're tired. Really tired today. Yeah. But you notice there's a drink right next to you that's an energy drink. So you're going to start to drink that. Pause. Excited. Put down the energy drink. Put down the energy drink. Yeah, and you finish breakfast. And now you're going to go pack your bag. Go pack your bag. You're going to pack your bag. Pause. Sad. Oh, you notice something's missing in your bag. I think it's your homework. I think it's some sort of paper. And yeah, search around and see if you can find it. It's sad, yeah. This took a ton of work. Let that sadness seep into your whole body. Okay. You might see a glimmer of hope now. Pause. Relieved. You found it. Oh my God, sorry, it took me a while to find that one. You found it? Okay, pack it. That's the last thing you needed for your bag. And now you're going to go down to the bus stop. So wave goodbye to anyone else, your dog, your family. Yeah, say goodbye to your dog. You're walking down the bus stop and you are so relieved. Oh my God. Okay, now you're at the bus stop. Pause. And let's go back to pensive. Pensive, the bus is coming. You're at the bus stop. The bus, you see it in the distance. Pensive. Pensive, because you realize something. And the bus is pulling up, and you're just going to walk up onto the bus. Walk up on the bus. Yeah, pause. Lonely. Go find your seat on the bus. Lonely. Go find the seat. Let that take on your whole emotions. Think your body. Yeah, take a seat on the bus. Yeah, just look out the window. Now you're watching the neighborhood go by. Watching the neighborhood go by. Okay, and the bus stops, and there's a big group of people that are getting on the bus. Big group of people, and you're feeling paused, a little uncomfortable. There's so many people getting on the bus. It's really crowded. Someone comes, they sit kind of close to you. They sit kind of close to you. Pause. Excited. Oh my gosh, it's actually a friend. It's actually a friend of yours. Oh, it's so good to see him. Okay, the bus continues to go. You get off the bus. You've arrived at school. Just get down off the bus. Get down off the bus, and now you are walking into the main quad area. School hasn't started yet. You're saying hello to some friends. Feeling very social. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. Okay. Pause. Can someone shout out an emotion?
Excited.
Excited. All right, excited. Pause. Excited. The first class is about to start, so now you are going to class. Now you are going to class. All right. Pause. Calm. Calm. The class is starting, so just find your seat, and this is a calm. You're calm. Find your seat now. Find your seat. Huh? Oh, it doesn't matter. You can if not. If you're imagining, yeah, you can do like that. Okay, the teacher's teaching. The teacher's teaching. Okay, the class is over. Now you're thanking your teacher. Now you're going out to lunch. Go out to lunch. Out there. All right, and we'll let that all go. Good job, good job. We kind of sped through that a little bit. So that was emotional roller coaster. How'd that feel? Good?
Felt pretty good.
Okay, felt pretty good. Sorry?
Just a good cue to think about and point out is when you're accessing emotion, how you have to think about like where you are with the cue. You know, you're lonely on the bus, and you actually like immediately go to the feeling of being alone, and it creates some kind of picture or some kind of feeling inside, and that's a thought, and then you're able to access it. And so you're trying to deliver that point afterwards. Like that's how you're ranging through emotions. Like you're creating emotions through thoughts all day long.
And it feels so real.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, right? That one, when it comes to facilitating that one, a couple things to know. I think it's important when we're doing these like acting exercises just to put out up front you're a character, you're not yourself, just because of the diverse backgrounds and maybe not everyone has access to the same type of thing. So we're just going to be conscious of that, and that's why it helps to just tell people that they're embodying a character. And then for some people, it might be more comfortable to have a plan of the scenario you're going to walk through before you show up on that day. I was pretty much just making it up as I go. I'm comfortable doing that. Even I was like started to call suggestions for emotions. You can do that and just try to get kind of a range of them. But yeah, I mean that's the basic practice of it. The last activity that we have in this section on emotions is more of a personal reflection activity with a prompt. This is one of the only ones in the 11-day program where it's not like an active exercise where you're doing some sort of game activity. This is more one where we ask people to do what we call think, pair, share, which just means they're going to take some time on their own to think, do a little bit of writing. Then they're going to find a partner, pair up with them, and share out. And then at the end of that, we're going to share to a group just a couple things that came out. Not everyone needs to share, just a couple people. Jason, you want to
just as an example,
the prompt on this one?
Yeah, just as an example, the prompt here is define empathy. So you as the facilitator will go, and I have here the ability to understand and share feelings of another, and then have students write about where do you experience empathy in your everyday life. This kind of sounds familiar to your step-by-step. What makes it easy for you to give and receive empathy? What makes it difficult? Have them go and think about that by themselves. Austin often has people do that because some people aren't as comfortable just sharing with someone right away. They need to like process their thoughts before they're comfortable sharing it with somebody else. And so having them go alone first, then sharing it with one person makes it a more psychologically safe development. And then in the bigger group, people can be called out on or just volunteered.
So that kind of wraps up emotions, which again is we found to be a little bit of a tricky section. And I think for any of the lessons we're walking through, as you can see, there's a lot of game, there's a lot of play, there's a lot of acting in small doses. So based on your settings, absolutely feel free to just say like, actually, let's not do this activity. Let's do one of these kind of like personal reflections. I think these personal reflections like this can pair really well with some of the improv activities that are on other days as well. So just know that, of course, you have that ability. Okay, we are moving on to lesson 6. We're getting through it, everybody. How's everyone's energy feeling? Pretty good? Pretty good? I can tell it's like a little bit like, it's like a little tired. We've been doing a lot, so I'm conscious of that. I am conscious of that, and we'll keep pushing through, get to it. We're gonna get you out of here by 4. We know it's the holiday weekend, so thank you so much to everyone for playing and jumping in here. Jay, you want to walk us through?
Yeah. So lesson 6 is going to be on perspective. This is one of our favorites, just from the storyteller's mindset. Always looking through different eyes, being able to be a character, being able to see what's going on in other people's lives. And this is going to be one of the most crucial parts of social awareness, which is now that you're understanding your own identity, you understand your own strengths and weaknesses, your own comfortability or discomfort, what could someone else be feeling from their own perspective? How are they seeing their worlds? What might be going on in their shoes? And that's what we're really going to focus on. Different opinions, dissociating from your own point of view, things like that.
Cool. So, all right. I think did someone go to the bathroom? Do we miss someone? Sorry? No. Oh, we're all back. Okay, cool. Okay, so the first activity, this is one of my absolute favorite games. This is going to be a partner activity, so let's have you get into partners again, maybe with someone you haven't worked with in a little bit here. Let's get into partners. Okay. Jason, I'll have you demo with me. Is the camera going? Okay. This is an activity called Human Camera. Okay, there's an activity called Human Camera. I'll have you demo with me. Yeah. So one person is going to start as the camera, one person is going to start as the photographer. So I'd usually say one person in your partnership, raise your hand. That's partner A, partner B. Partner A, you'll start as the camera. Partner B, you'll be the photographer. The way this game works, I'm going to teach it right now with no COVID restrictions, and then I'm going to give you an alternative if we need to abide by COVID restrictions. Okay, so the way this works is Jason is the camera, I'm the photographer to start. So Jason is going to have his eyes closed. Now, I am the photographer, and I get to lead the camera around to places that I want to go like take a picture of, okay? So I'm like, ooh, I want to go take a picture over here. I'd lead him over here. And this is the part where there'd have to be COVID restrictions, and so we'll talk about that in a minute. This is how you usually lead it, is you just walk them around by the shoulders. To take a picture, Jason's eyelids, those are the shutter. So when his eyes are open, he's taking a picture. When his eyes are closed, the shutter is closed. There's 2 ways that I typically take a photo, depending on the group I'm working with. The first is if I touch his earlobe, anytime I'm touching his earlobe, his eyes are going to open, and when I let go of his earlobes, his eyes will close. So I can take like a long exposure, or I can do like a snapshot, something like that. Some people are uncomfortable with their earlobes being touched, which is totally okay. In that case, sometimes I'll do like just tap on the top of the head. So like if I'm tapping on the top of the head, his eyes are open. If I let go, his eyes close. With COVID restrictions, the way I would suggest doing this, because we've already done the blind guides, I would do, instead of walking him around holding his shoulders, I'd have him start with his eyes closed, and I'd say, Jason, stop. And then you could just make up some sort of sound that's going to be like the shutter sound. So if I say like, doo, then you like open your eyes, and then I close them. He closes them when I'm not saying that. So that would be like the no-touch version of human camera. Right now, if you're all comfortable with it, we'll practice it just like the normal way. So, Jason, do you want earlobe or top of your head?
We'll go top of my head.
Okay. So top of the head, shutters open, take it off. I, as the photographer, I'm going to walk around. I'm going to take 5 photos. That's all I'm going to get is 5 photos. My goal as the photographer is to delight Jason. It's to make him have such interesting photos to look at. That's all he's going to get this whole time is 5 photos. So choose wisely what your photos are going to be. And you know, I could go places and I could be like, can you tilt your head down? Yeah, and then just like turn a little bit there, and okay, and that's all he gets. Then I go find another photo.
Delighted.
Okay, that was delighting you, huh? Okay, so you're going to take 5 photos, and then you're going to switch, and the other person's going to be the camera, and they'll take 5 photos. Okay, delight your partner. Choose wisely on those photos, and that's all I got.
We probably should practice the version with the COVID restrictions.
That's probably true.
Right now, the guidance we have is that we'll probably be still under Cal OSHA guidance this summer, even after the mask mandate lifts on June 15th. It just as a workplace that has to abide by Cal OSHA, we'll probably still be under our Cal OSHA.
Okay, great. So let's practice that. So we'll do the blind guide kind of one where you're saying their name. You can still tell them like tilt your head down, tilt it up, spin around a little bit. I have never done it this way, so like what do we think help me? What should be like the cue for opening the eyes? Like making a sound? I don't know.
Open sesame.
I think like click.
Click. So
click
just
opens, then click closes.
okay, I like that. Yeah, just click to open and then click again to close. That's easy. Thank you. Oh yeah. The only tricky part is that you'll have a lot of people snapping, so it might be hard to know who's. So let's do click and call them by their name. Okay? All right, let's try that. Let's do it.
Liz.
Stop. I feel like I'm gonna write this.
No, you're not. No,
Okay.
no, turn towards me. Just turn.
Okay.
Turn a little more.
Okay.
Tilt your head down a little bit. Okay. And click.
Picture 1.
Click. Okay.
Tori? Tori?
Liz.
Tori?
Liz.
Tori?
Liz.
Tori?
Liz. Okay, stop. Click.
Tori?
Click. Oh, sorry about that. Turn around.
You're not gonna hit that, I promise. Tori?
Liz. It's just a Tori. Liz. Liz. You're not close to anything. Liz. 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 Liz.
Click. Click.
Click.
Okay. Tori? Stop. Click. Click. Kind of sit next to you like that. Oh.
camera. I think there's a lot of space. Again, we're not going to dive into the debriefs just because of time constraints here, but I love that activity because you're trying to get into the other person's perspective to give them things that are going to delight them, and you as the camera, that's the only information you have the moment you open your eyes and you have to close. Then you have all this time to like make meaning of like, what was that? Like, why did that person want me to see that? And like you say, you're like making meaning out of these snapshots. Anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just got to notice how much faster everyone was walking this go around.
I know.
Yeah.
It was like 5 times the speed, moving around. It was fantastic. So just, that's the progression and the building happening really short, in a short span here. It'll be the same thing. So that's amazing.
So the next activity in this is like a Gibberish activity. It has like 2 builds. So this is a storytelling activity. It's going to happen, usually I think I listed it in groups of 4 or 5. I'm just going to demo it as a big group. I don't think, just because you'll get the idea of it, but it would happen in groups of 4 or 5. This is a storytelling activity where you're telling a story from your own personal life. When you're telling a story from your own personal life, it does not need to be interesting. It does not need to be significant at all. It can be whatever comes to mind. The way this game works is it's going to start by getting a suggestion. So to get a suggestion, can someone tell me like what's an object that could like fit in my hand right here?
iPhone.
Sorry?
iPhone.
iPhone, okay. So I, as the first storyteller in my group of 4 or 5 people, would start my story by saying, iPhone takes me to whatever story I word associate iPhone from, I'm going to tell. Some story from my life that came to mind when I said iPhone. So I might go like this. iPhone takes me to getting my first phone, which was not an iPhone at all. But it was when I was in 7th grade. I was just going into middle school. And it was the first time that my parents told me I could have a phone. I was really excited. And it was like one of those little Nokia phones that had Snake as the only game on it. And I remember at that time, choosing my ringtone was like the biggest deal. Like it was such a reflection of my personality. I don't think I've had a ringtone on my iPhone that I've heard in years, but I still remember that Nokia ringtone was called Frolic. And I was like, yes, that is so my personality. And I still remember it went. There you go.
Okay, now here's the question. Is that really the ringtone?
That is, I swear to you, that is the song.
Nice.
So I would tell that little story from my life, and then the activity continues by me thinking back to some word that I said in that story. So I might say, snake. I might say snake, and then I'd pass that word snake to someone else. So I'd say snake. And now you would say, snake takes me to, and then you'll just think of some sort of story that comes up from your life that snake made you think of. So let's try it. Well, if I have to say snake, what would you say? Snake takes me to.
Snake takes me to my childhood when I lived in the middle of Iowa, and I remember we lived on this big, like, kind of acreage farm thing, and I was outside. We had just moved there, and I was like 9 years old, and I was outside in my bare feet, and I stepped on a garter snake, and it scared the crap out of me, and I remember running all the way inside, totally freaking out, and my mom laughed at me hysterically, and I never forgave her for that.
There you go. And let's do one more. So reach back into that story, any word you said or anything that came up, and then, Yeah, bare feet, and then toss bare feet to someone else in the circle. Bare feet takes me to.
Bare feet takes me to thinking of being in grass and like feeling the blades of grass under my feet. And I think for me, grass is like very grounding, and I love the feeling of earth under my feet. And so when I think of grass, I think of being grounded.
Yeah, so see if you can take us to like a particular moment too, like a particular moment in time and like in your past.
Okay, I'll go deep into the story then. So I fell in love once, and the guy that was telling me about these blades of grass, he was in Idaho, and we were talking on the phone, and he was telling me the story through his lens. And so he was telling me how he was like sitting out on this like field in Idaho, and he was saying how the blades of grass like underneath his feet were grounding him, and he was saying how like the wind was whispering by him, and like he was like, I can smell your perfume right now, and it was like very much like a love romance, but like from afar. And he was like, I need the grass under my feet to like connect to you. And he was like, walk, and he was like, walk outside and stand in the grass. And he was like, picture me next to you. And so we were like doing like a mindfulness together. And then we were breathing, and he was like telling me all about the area around him and how there were like wood logs. And he was like, feel every blade of grass under your feet.
That's great. So that's like the activity of Portkey. So what I do is I have people in groups of 4 or 5, and then I just have them do those do the past stories, past words, tell little stories. You as the facilitator, I will always demo first. The length of story that you share will typically dictate how long a story is other people share. Just be mindful of that if you want it to be quick stories or if you want them to go a little bit more into detail. Important to say it doesn't need to be an interesting story. It doesn't mean to be poignant or significant. It can be just because you want them to just go wherever comes to their mind first. Again, removing that judgment. The coolest thing about this game, and I say this as someone who like my profession is documentary storytelling and I study like the craft of storytelling. When you're word associating stories from your life, you end up telling these small anecdotes that would usually never come out otherwise. Like, when was I ever going to tell you about my ringtone in middle school? Like, I wasn't. But it's like this just little moment. It's like these little details that add color to someone's life and give you some of that perspective into their experience. So whether it's like a middle school ringtone or falling in love or your mom laughing at you, it's like all these little details that can come out. That's why it's so important that we open up that safe space where they feel like they can word associate and just give them whatever what their mind goes to. The build on this activity that will end this section on perspective is called Portkey with 3 ways of listening. By the way, if there's any Harry Potter fans, that's where the name Portkey comes from for the activity. It's like transports you into this different realm. So Portkey with 3 ways of listening. You'll have them in their same groups, or you could switch the groups around. They'll do the same thing where they're telling stories. This time it's more important to be in groups of 4. As one person tells a story, you're going to have one person listening for facts that are said in that story. So if I was listening to Becca's story, and I was listening for facts. If that was my role, I might say like, Becca was in a house. Becca walked outside the house. Becca stood on grass. There was grass beneath Becca's feet. Becca had a phone. Becca was talking, facts. Then a second person, their job during the story is listening for emotions. So you'd pull out the emotions in Becca's story. And then the third person is listening and trying to make inferences. So they're trying to listen to the story and infer meaning. After each story, the listeners will report back what they heard. So if Becca told her story, the person who listened to facts would report back, the person who listened to emotions would report back, and the person who's made inferences would infer meaning. when I facilitate this activity, it's important to set up the stakes that if someone is inferring meaning and they get it wrong, like that's okay. And you have a space to say like, oh, no, that's not actually right. This is just, we're practicing. So we're bound to make some mistakes. So let's just try one of those. So Becca, do you want to throw a word to someone, and we'll set up the kind of 3 ways of listening? So maybe a word from your story that you can throw to somebody? Or you can just do a random word.
Okay, I'll do Idaho.
Idaho? Yeah, Idaho. Okay, and so let's do.
If that doesn't have meaning, I can do another word.
That's all right. Just like whatever comes to mind. It doesn't need to be a story about Idaho. Idaho make you think of states, and you come to. But let's do. You're going to tell the story. Tessa, why don't you think of facts? Why don't you listen for facts? Mike's, why don't you listen for emotions? Liz, why don't you listen to make inferences on meaning? Okay.
Idaho reminds.
Takes me to.
Oh, takes me to.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter just recently traveled to Idaho for a formal for a fraternity. She's in a sorority, and they flew into Idaho, and they traveled approximately 2 hours to get to the cabin. The cabin was so cute. They did take a lot of pictures outside. They enjoyed their time.
And Val, as you finish up this story, let me push you a little bit to let us feel where you are in this story.
Oh, me?
Yeah. So you continue with that story, but like, is this something she told you, and like,
Okay,
bring yourself into it a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she shared a lot of pictures with me, so I got to see what it looked like there in Idaho, because I've never been there, so it was nice to see some of the photos, to see like what Idaho has to offer. I definitely felt the coldness from the photos that she shared, because it's just the snow in the background.
Yeah, that's great. Awesome. That's great. That's fine. That's great.
Never been to Idaho.
that's
I love their potatoes, though.
that's totally cool. Cool. So then the listeners would report back. Tessa, you want to start?
So your daughter traveled for school for a fraternity party, and she stayed in like a mansion cabin, which sounds like a whole bunch of fun. It was snowing, and she took pictures that you saw, and there were a lot of new people for her.
Yeah. Great. Some emotions.
Okay, I think that the emotion that I heard was awe at the size of the cabin, and being astounded at how many rooms there were, and excited to report back to you that there were so many rooms that she couldn't even see, and that she felt like she was part of a bigger group, and it kind of helped bring her more into this fraternity sorority situation where she felt like she was a member of their group, their tribe, so to say. So she felt connected.
Nice. And Liz?
An inference I'm going to make is that Val feels really proud of her daughter and excited for the opportunities that she's getting as part of the sorority that she's in, and the things she's able to see and do as part of that experience.
Okay. Cool. How's that feel? Is that all right? That was great. Great. Cool. Awesome. All right.
That was awesome.
Yeah. So this one is just like getting people to listen from a different lens. I think not only is it a useful exercise for the listeners to actually listen for very specific things, but also as the storyteller, you learn how you're communicating. Whether or not we wanted to put some sort of meaning, like she got into it, like we are as humans, we are meaning-making machines, and so we're always inferring meaning. So in this way, we can kind of understand a little bit about how we're communicating our perspective and how we're communicating meaning, facts, and emotions.
Your whole like demeanor and voice changed too when you switched it from talking about your daughter to like your experience. That was really cool.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the major keys, just to check through in the Portkey is to try to make it personal. And then just another cool way of going about this. If you do have any disruptive students, this is a really good way of taking control creatively by putting them in a position of something that they're already doing. And so like, if they're interrupting someone, you can be like, hey, like, I want you to listen in this story and then interrupt at this places, or something like that, where like you take command of whatever they're giving you, so it's not like throwing them away. Just like it's like a technique for like putting someone in their place. And this is like a really good way of seeing like how it comes up, because it focuses them on what they're already doing, but also into the story.
Yeah, we're gonna move on to lesson 7 here, but I could do that. I could do that game for hours. I love it so much. It's just like the stories that come out of it is like small, big. It's just like the word association, the nature of that just unearths such like cool little stories. I don't know what it is. It's just amazing.
Unit or lesson 7. This is going to be in responsible decision making. So we're jump around to one of the last core competencies and just get a touch for everything. Decisions for me is everything, because like everything that you do requires a decision. And what this lesson really tries to focus on is taking the power back in that you are choosing and deciding everything that you do. And the way we frame it a lot of times, we take the power away from ourselves. And so instead of being like, I chose this, I decided this, it's like, this happened to me, you know, or my teacher made me do it, or my teacher, I have to do my homework for my teacher or for my mom. Not, I decided to do my homework, I decided to go to class, I chose to wake up. And it comes back into that responsive versus proactive view from before, but it really incorporates this idea of I'm in control of what I'm doing in my life. And when you feel like you're in control, it's a completely different state than feeling like life is happening to you. And this is obviously not just for the students, this is something that everyone can learn and embody and like really focus on, because a lot of the times the way we frame language already sets up the blocks. You know, the second you say, I have to come here today because this, and this, your power is gone. And now your body is just chasing that through. And so this is one of those where it's like, hey, you're gonna feel what it's like to take control of your language, which is going to direct your mindset, which is gonna direct your body. And here we go. So I'll let you start it off, and then I'll take this. This actually. Okay. So in this exercise, the first one is called Everything Happened to Me. It's an iteration of something that we've done already, where you're going through your day. You'll have maybe students in pairs. You'll be going through your day, and you'll have the first time going around, and everything in your day happened to you. So we can experience this in groups, but I'll just give you like a demo, kind of like I was going off of. I had to wake up this morning. My mom told me, you know, I have to catch my bus, and like we just didn't have a lot of food. You know, we didn't have the cereal I liked, so I just ate a little bit, and then like I got my bag, but I forgot to do my homework, and I just, you know, made it to the bus, and like no one was on the bus with me. And when I got to school, I had to go to homeroom, but I was really enjoying this conversation that I was having right before it. The bell rang, and then, you know, like that test. I wish my teacher didn't give me those tests. I don't like taking tests. Kind of like that. And then like feeling what that's like, and then also cueing. This is the body language. You could see me kind of being passive, kind of like I didn't get to choose anything. I didn't do anything that I wanted to do today. And then have the partner listening for those cues, looking at their body language, trying to figure out like, what are you doing when you're saying that? How are you saying that? What's your tone like? And then we're going to go through it one more time, saying the exact same story, except I chose and I decided. I decided to wake up early because my mom asked me. I chose that breakfast was all we had. And like when I went on the bus, I sat in that seat. And when I went to school, the bell rang for homeroom and I went right in there. But I had a really good conversation before that. And my teacher gave me a test, and I didn't prepare as well as I could have, but I took the test and something like that. And so maybe if we could just feel it, we'll just go into groups really quick and just like 1 minute each, just go through it, switch roles, and then go through it again actively and proactive, saying I chose and I decided.
So get them in pairs?
Yeah, let's do it. It doesn't have to be just about waking up and going to school. If you want to do something a little different that takes you through a day, like maybe what a weekend's like, go for it.
Cool.
Okay, let's come closing out these stories in the next few seconds.
All right. Let's have everybody stand up into the circle. Find a new place. Find a new place in the circle. All right, this is called a shake out. The way it's going to work is you're going to count to 8. We're going to first shake our right hand 8 times. We're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Left hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everyone's going to count. Right foot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whole body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. All right, great. Okay.
Wow, am I uncoordinated?
There you go.
They told me I'm white, now I believe it.
All right, in this section on decision making, we define this as decisions comes from 3 focal points. What are you focusing on? What does it mean? And then what are you going to do? How are you going to react? So these next 2 activities are a build together, so one builds on the other. So the way this first game, which is called Pose and Thank You, starts, can I have one person come out into the middle of the circle and just strike some sort of frozen pose like you're a statue? Beautiful. Give her a hand. Stay there. Stay there. Stay there. Okay, cool. So you'll stay in that pose. Just make sure you can hold it so you're comfortable. Okay, everyone on the outside should be looking at, okay, here is one image in a scene. And there's one more image that complements this. When you think you've seen it, go out and pose, take a frozen pose as that thing next to our current frozen statue. So what else goes in this scene with this image? Yeah, come on out. Beautiful. Now when someone comes and poses with you, the first person who is here in the circle, you're just going to look at her and say, thank you.
Thank you.
And now you'll both go back to the outside of the circle. And someone new will come start a new scene. So just come start a new image. So just any frozen pose, just step on out. Yeah, Jason. Okay. Now someone go pose with him. What else is there? I don't know. Okay, and then Jason will say thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, come on back to the outside.
It's like Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, and then next one. Okay, what else goes with that? What goes with that? Yeah? Thank you. Okay, outside. Next one. Keep the stage hot. Someone else, go out there. Yeah, what else goes there?
Thank you.
Nice. Let's do one more.
Jump on in.
There's no right or wrong. Nice. Beautiful. Great.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice. Okay, so when I'm facilitating this activity, this is called Pose and Thank You. I'll do a demo as a big group, and then especially in some of these big group activities where you're standing in the circle in front of everyone, some people are going to be a little less comfortable doing that. So then I'm going to break people out into groups of like 5 or so, and then they'll do that same exact activity just in groups of 5. And what we're building to is what the final activity in this decision-making unit is on, and that's called I'm a Tree, another one of my favorite activities. This activity, again, I will lead it in a big group and then split them off into groups of like 5 or 6. So I'm going to demo it First, as this big group. I need one person to go stand out in the middle of the circle, and you're going to pose as a tree and say, I am a tree.
I am a tree.
All right. And a beautiful tree he is. Okay.
Am I done?
No, you're staying there. Okay, everyone on the outside. Here we have a scene with a tree. Now, instead of there being 2 images in this scene, like the previous iteration of the game, there are going to be 3 images in this scene. So who sees a second image that is in this scene with a tree? What else could be in this scene with a tree? If you come and see it.
Is it the same thing he is, or can I be something else? Or
You could pose as a second tree, or you can pose as something else in the scene.
like, can I be a teapot?
Yes. Oh, well, if you see a teapot in the scene as a tree, that's fine. Yeah. But like if you're saying because he might look like a teapot that you're a teapot,
Yeah.
it's probably more the world that he's in.
Okay.
Unless you were like a picnic with a teapot, that could work, you know. You saw something? Yeah. Go on out and pose as that thing and say, I am whatever you are.
Does it have to be a thing or can it be an action?
It can be an action. I am beautiful. I am reading a book. So we have a tree and we have someone reading a book. Now there's a third image in the scene that's going to complete the scene. What is that image? And then come out and pose as that thing and say, I am a squirrel. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now the way this game progresses is the first image that was in the scene, so Mike, you're going to choose one of them to take with you to the outside of the circle, leaving one of them behind. That's going to start the new scene as that thing that they currently are. So do you want to take the squirrel with you, or do you want to take the person reading the book with you?
I'm going to take a squirrel.
Okay,
You're right.
great. So now the new scene starts with you. You have to say again, what are you?
I am a person reading a book.
I'm reading a book. Now this person reading a book is likely not the same person that was in the park reading a book. This probably takes place in a whole different scene. So where is this person? What else is in this scene with someone reading a book? Yeah, go for it.
I am a window.
A window. Okay, what else? We have someone reading a book and a window. What else goes in this scene? There's one more image. Yeah.
I got it.
I'm a lamp.
I'm a lamp.
Beautiful.
Great. So now who do you take with you to the outside? The window. Okay, the window. Repeat what you are.
I'm a lamp.
I'm a lamp. What goes with the lamp? This is a lamp. This is a new lamp in a new place.
Yep, jump in.
I am a
plant.
beautiful. A lamp and a plant.
What goes with this?
I am drinking coffee at my kitchen table.
Beautiful. Okay, who do you take? Who do you take? Okay, what are you?
Do I have to say the same thing as the other scene, or can I be new?
You say the same thing as the other scene.
I am drinking coffee in a coffee shop.
Yeah, drinking coffee. Someone drinking coffee in a coffee shop?
Oh wait, I don't say where I am.
You can just say, I'm drinking coffee. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I am a thunderstorm.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the cozy fireplace at the coffee shop.
Ooh, I'll take the thunderstorm.
I'm a cozy fireplace.
I am a kitty cat.
Third person?
Okay. I'm making s'mores.
I'll take the kitty cat.
Say it again.
Yeah, I'm making s'mores.
Yeah.
I'm playing guitar back to back.
Yeah.
And a grizzly bear in the background crying for you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bear circle around me too.
Yeah.
Who do you take?
Who are you taking out?
Let's see, guitar player.
Grizzly bear.
Yeah, grizzly bear.
Someone darn right.
I am a deer.
I am a mountain.
Mountain. Okay, who do you take?
I'll take the deer.
Yeah. So go in the mountain. Kind of in the middle.
Okay, I'm a mountain.
Great, great, great.
I am skiing on the mountain.
Nice. Yeah, 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 yeah. What else? Last image there.
I am a tree.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna pause there. One of the key things that I'm usually teaching in this activity, we've been like doing really great at this all day. But one thing you'll notice, I'm almost guaranteeing it if you lead this activity with students, You'll find a moment when someone is standing out here and they say, I'm a tree or I am whatever, and everyone is just like staring at them like, I don't know what to add. And it's because we're putting, again, that pressure on ourselves that we have to have like the perfect thing. And so if you notice that, call it out. Say like pause. See what everyone's doing here? We're all not sure we have the perfect thing. But our goal right now in this activity is to make this person feel safe. Make this person feel like we got their back. So if you don't even know what to say, just go save them. Just start walking out and just be like, I'm the air. Like, or if you're a tree, like, I'm another tree. There's no right or wrong answer. It's just about getting in and protecting that person, making them look good. So that's I'm a tree. Again, I usually do that in like a big group and then split them off into 5 or 6 to do that activity. I know we're flying right now.
Okay, we're just going to keep rolling through here. We're going to keep everybody on their feet. We got 45 minutes left.
Yes. If you need to use the restroom, like, we're just going to keep rolling. So I'm sorry, we're just like constrained on time. We want to give you as much value as we can. But if you need to use the restroom, just like, if that's cool, we're going to keep it rolling. And we'll incorporate you when you get back. What are we on? Lesson 8 out of 11? All right.
Okay.
We're doing it.
Lesson 8, speaking and active listening. This is the SEL unit, growing and healthy relationships. These are some of the skills that are necessary. This is also in relationship skills. Students will learn the body positions and behaviors of listening and speaking to others with presence and attention. I think this is just absolutely critical in every form. Obviously, we want kids to, when they're speaking, to be speaking at someone, eye contact, developing that skill. When someone is listening, eye contact, listening position, listening for things going on, listening to the story, not stockpiling, and that's what we're gonna take people through. Also, I should take it from here.
I'm trying to like weigh which ones we want to like go deep into and which ones we want to just like hit on real quick. Okay, I'm gonna do. Okay, the first activity is this activity called 3 odd similarities. It's a great warm-up you can use any day. Essentially, you're going to get people into pairs. So I'm going to, just because you're going to have the video of this, I'm going to introduce the game as if I'm actually going to lead the full thing, but I'm not going to just because of time. So everyone's going to get into pairs. You are going to have 1 minute to, in your pair, find 3 commonalities that you and that person have together that are not visibly apparent and obvious on the surface. So if I was Liz's partner, we can't say like we both have brown hair because that's obvious, right? So in a minute, you and your partner need to just shuffle through as many things as you can real quickly to find 3 things that you have in common that are not visibly apparent and obvious, okay? And then we'll come on back. So that's how you lead that game. We're not actually going to do it right now because of the time. Is that cool? I'm sorry. I wish we had more time, but that's okay. Cool. So that's 3 odd similarities. A great warm up. The second activity in this one is called U circle. So I'm going to demo this one with the whole group real quick. So let's get in a little tighter in the circle. This is the way the game works. We're going to create some patterns around the circle. The first pattern is going to be called a U pattern. So we're going to pass the word U around the circle. So I'm going to start the pattern by passing it to Becca, right? So I'm going to go U. I'm going to leave my finger up here so we know that I've already received it, and I'm going to put my hand on my head. I've already received the U, so I'm going to pass it to you. You pass to somebody else. And you say U, right? And you pass to somebody else? You pass to somebody else? You. Yeah, and then you can finish by passing it to, yeah? So you're going to pass to you. She says you to you, and then you're going to pass you to me. So you say you and point at me. You can point at me?
Oh, you.
Yeah. Okay, so remember me when you say you, okay? So everyone make sure you know who you're passing it to. Okay, everyone drop that. Now we're not going to point our fingers. We're just going to pass it. You.
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 You. You.
You.
You.
You.
Huh?
Were they supposed to pass the same person?
Yes.
I screwed it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Ta-da.
You.
You.
You. You.
Okay. So that's a U pattern. And now this activity, you're going to create a number of different patterns that are made bouncing around at the same time. And you can create patterns based on anything. You could say like landmarks in Fairfield, or like types of candy. So let's do one more. What's a category that we could pass a pattern in? Colors, okay. Orange.
Turquoise.
Pink.
Try, yeah.
Red.
Turquoise.
Yellow. Crimson.
Aquamarine.
Okay, drop that. Orange.
Turquoise. Purple. Purple.
Oh, pink.
Green.
Red.
Turquoise.
Yellow. Crimson. Aquamarine.
Orange.
Turquoise.
U.
Purple.
So we're going to have both patterns going now.
Green.
U.
Turquoise.
Huh? Do you remember who you passed to in the U pattern?
Oh, you, yeah.
Yeah.
You.
So where's our
You're still going colors.
Colors.
Crimson. You.
Aquamarine.
Orange.
Send it out?
Oh,
You.
green.
Turquoise.
You.
Turquoise.
You.
Yellow.
You.
Crimson.
You, aquamarine.
Purple.
Pink.
Orange.
Turquoise.
You.
Purple. You.
Pink.
You.
Okay, let's pause
U.
there. Pause there.
Oh my God.
So it's a little, yeah.
Pay attention to what was coming. Oh.
So it's a little bit like that sound and name ball one. But depending on the group size, you can just create a bunch of patterns. And that one's really good for like attentive listening, focus, presence. Like your mind can't be anywhere else. Especially when you get a number of different patterns going. You get like 5 or 6 going, and it's like wild. So that's called, that's U circle. Okay, the next activity in this speaking and active listening one is back to name ball and sound ball. So we're going to revisit that exercise that we did earlier, later in the curriculum, and hopefully people are getting more of the hang of it, doing less of the stockpiling, and again, focusing on active listening, passing there. Okay, the next activity here is called empathy story. You and your partner are going to be a mirror image of each other. Okay? The key to this activity is to move super slow, slower than feels comfortable. So if I'm partner A, I can now do the raise your hand, partner A, partner B. If I'm starting as partner A, Jason and I are going to face each other, and I'm going to pretend that Jason is the mirror of me. So Jason, you're mirroring my emotions. As I move, you're going to mirror me exactly. The goal is that anyone looking at Jason and me have no idea who is leading and who is following. So right now, partner A, well that's me, is in the lead. But as the facilitator, you will say every so often, switch. And now seamlessly, Jason will now take control and he's leading. Switch. So let's have you and your partners practice that. One of you can choose to start the leading. And I'm going to throw in a switch every once in a while. Listen out for that.
This is like mine.
Ready, set, go. If you don't know who is leading at any point, it's okay. You don't have to signal to each other who's leading. Just keep moving. It will move. Switch. Switch. Keep it moving. Switch. 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 You might not know who is leading, and that's totally fine. I want you to follow. All of you should be following the follower. All of you should be following the other person. No one should be leading. Everyone is following. All right, we'll pause there.
Way to go. That's a long time to be in rapport.
Okay.
Saturday Night Live going on over here.
Okay, so typically in activity I lead standing, and I always lead into that point where I get to where I'm switching so fast, because I want to try to get people to a place when they don't really know who's leading anymore. And if you do that, I was leading that fast again. If you take your time with it, you can get to there a little bit more naturally, where suddenly like they're not sure who's leading, but they're still kind of like moving in unison. And it's like it's really a really cool feeling, because like you're following them, they're following you, and you're just kind of like, like moving like that. So that's called mirror. Then the next activity, which is a great one to practice this shared control, is a word at a time activity. So word at a time activities are you are working in pairs or in groups, and everything is happening one word at a time. Okay? So I start by leading this by having people get into you can really do this in pairs, you can do it in threes, you can do it as a big group. So let's just try it as a big group because we're sitting like this right now. So we're going to create word at a time proverbs. Okay, we're going to create word at a time proverbs, wise sayings. Okay, so we're going to create them one word at a time. Now I don't know when these proverbs are going to end. This proverb could be 2 words long, it could be 20. We don't know. But at some point, everyone's going to collectively feel like that kind of feels like that one's done. And at that point, we're all going to go, yes, 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 yes. Let's practice that. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 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 yes. So let's create some proverbs. Jason, you want to start us off?
I.
Always.
No.
How. To. Be. A. Smart. Shopper.
Yes, 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 yes. I always know how to be a smart shopper. Yes. Yes. Amen. Whenever.
I.
Think.
Of.
How. To. Be. Kind.
Human.
I.
Wonder.
If.
My.
Long.
Can.
Travel. With. Me.
Yes, 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 yes. Absolutely. All right, let's do one more of these. You want to start?
All.
The.
Jars.
Are.
On.
Yes.
No one did it, so I think we think it's still going.
Will. Please.
And.
Wash. Yes, yes, yes. All the jars are on my desk, and I will clean and wash. So it's one of those.
It's definitely really good to say them out loud after, too.
Oh, yeah.
Because it brings together the whole sentence, if we can remember.
Now- Yeah. So I have a couple word at a time activities for this lesson. I like to start by having students just doing in partners or in threes, doing word at a time run-on sentences. So they just get to practice going back and forth, but they're not worried about meaning, like, or being interesting. Then they practice that a little bit. Then I have them start to build into doing word at a time stories. Okay, get with your partner, Now you're going to create a word at a time story. So just start by saying once upon a time, and then just keep going. The build in this one that this lesson ends on is called word at a time letters. So what's going to happen is you're going to have two people, they'll like go to a desk, they're partners, and they're going to pretend that they're writing an Amazon review. And they're going to create this Amazon review one word at a time, and they're actually going to write the letter together one word at a time. They're leaving a review on someone's product online on Amazon. You're going to give them like 5 minutes for that, and then at the end of that time period, they're going to switch pieces of papers with someone else in the room, and that person's the seller, and they're going to respond to the Amazon review one word at a time with their partner. So you're going to have like these letters back and forth between the students, and it's just like a fun way of bringing some writing and just interactive between different groups. Whoop, whoop. Okay. So that is all about shared control. And word at a time shared control is just great because you like literally can't progress without your partner. So let's see. I want to talk briefly about communication styles. These are all games we've played before pretty much.
Yes. Okay.
So this is lesson 10.
Lesson 10, back in more of the social awareness, we're going to communication styles. I've tagged 4 different communication styles. This is one of my favorite things. So that is assertive, passive, aggressive, and passive-aggressive. And the key here, coming back into tone, inflection points, you guys remember in the Gibberish game how just the intention and inflection points, you can almost follow along to exactly what someone's saying without knowing it, just based on that language pattern. And so here, the goal is really to have the kids feel what it's like to be aggressive, to be passive aggressive, to be in this form, and then also to receive it, what it's like to hear that from somebody. The goal inside of this is for them to recognize it, to understand it, and then maybe have a little more awareness if they're doing it. You know, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of like, oh, this is what passive aggressive means. And it'll be kind of critical that, you know, as you're instructing it, that you give examples of what that's like. And this is one of the ones that may enter, you know, we talk about like it doesn't hit that like super positive space. And it's intended to for them to recognize, oh, like this doesn't feel that great when you're being spoken to passive aggressively, you know, and then kind of bringing them back to that positive of sometimes it's really good to be assertive and sometimes it's good to be passive, but you know this is how it sounds.
And you want to give examples of what those would sound like?
Yeah. So assertive, just to give some examples, when you're being assertive, you're going to end things on downward inflection points. Always downward. Even if you're asking a question and you ask it on a downward inflection point, it will sound like a statement. So if I was like, how are you doing today? Upward question. How are you doing today? It's like, oh, I need to answer that. Just a shift in that downward inflection completely changes it. So assertive, whenever we're walking through this, you'll see in the exercises, having that downward inflection statement at the end of whenever you're speaking will come off as, I expect you to answer this. And people will respond to the expectation. Passive is going to be more upward inflection points, more like, I didn't really feel like it, or I did it, you know, I did up. I'm unsure of myself. I don't know what's going on. Or it could be a sign of respect, like you're the authority, so I don't feel like I can say like, I did my homework. Maybe that's a little too authoritative. You know, I did my homework, a little more up. You can feel it. Aggressive is going to be down with a deep pitch, more like a high pitched tone coming in. I don't like doing it like that. You can hear there's a little more in through it. And then passive aggressive, which I think is the most fun to practice here if you can get people into that state, you know, is going to be like, you wearing those jeans? Okay. You know, something like that. Oh yeah, that homework, really, really hard. Love when you give me homework. You know, just like, little jabs around the box, which I think, kids are fantastic at doing, not even recognizing that it's coming off, that little sarcastic, passive-aggressive tone. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So in this section, we are pretty much revisiting 3 activities that we've already done throughout the lessons so far, and just attacking those games using this lens. So we do the yes and party planning game again, where you're suggesting ideas for a party. And instead of focusing on like the no's and the yes buts and the yes ands, you're responding in either like an aggressive way, a passive aggressive way, assertive way, something like that. The second activity is the gibberish translation. Again, like Jason mentioned, you're going to be having a conversation, translators. But the gibberish, we're going to try to communicate assertiveness, aggressive, passive, and passive-aggressive through gibberish, which will be an interesting one. And then and then we were thinking, oh, what's another one we could revisit? And we just love Realtor so much that we're going to visit Realtor again. And then the difference on this one between how it was played in the past. Oh man, this one's going to be funny. Okay, so I'm just going to explain how it's going to work. So if Liz, can you help us here real quick? So in Realtor, the way it was going to work, if Jason was the realtor and I was the buyer, Liz is going to be the ghost. Okay? Liz, you're going to be off to the side where like Jason can't really see you. You can either be behind him or something like that. And Liz is going to give me a number. She's just going to hold up a number, 1, 2, 3, or 4. And you're going to attach the different communication styles to each one of those numbers. So I can't remember the order, but it's like 1 is assertive, 2 is passive, 3 is aggressive, 4 is passive aggressive. And as Jason shows me around the house, I'm going to try to be communicating in one of those styles based on what Liz gives me. You're going to give me 3 numbers throughout the course of the activity. And then at the end of the activity, Jason is going to try to guess you went from passive to aggressive to assertive. So that's how that one would work. Cool.
You want to demo it?
All right, let me show you around.
What?
Let me show you around because you're better with the
okay.
Yeah, with the communication styles.
Okay, so I get to see the ghost.
Yeah, you'll get to see the ghost. I'm going to show you around the house. I'm going to come over here. Mikey, right this way. Mikey, right this way. Now, I know you've been looking for a house for your family, and this is the perfect spot for you.
I'm super excited. I can't wait.
First you got to check out this foyer, because this foyer, as you can see.
This is a foyer?
Yeah, so this is the foyer. You can see that it has really high ceilings, which really open up this space. And I know you're big on having a lot of room because you're a tall person. And so it's nice to have that room where you can come in and...
Yeah, it really opens up the space a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you come up further, even in the first room you're going to see is the living room. We actually have it right here. You see I have a 60-inch flat screen TV because I know you like your sports. You like watching sports. You like watching basketball. You played in college, right?
Yeah, I did. You're totally right. 60-inch on this wall, though. Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, but that's good because you have a lot of window, a lot of natural light coming through. And you might notice right over here, you have a lounge chair where you can actually pull out the chair to have your...
How come the refrigerator is right over there?
So the refrigerator is right over there because it's right next to the lounge chair. And I know sometimes when you're watching TV, you just want to crack open a cold one, have some beer.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So that's why we have the little mini fridge right there.
I like that mini fridge. It's really small.
It is really small.
Do they always come this small?
They always come that small. It's part of the dormitory set, and we thought that would be best there. But you can see we stocked it with your favorite beer and also blue Gatorade because I know you like to work out and get those electrolytes in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, and then lastly,
because I like to work out so much, does that come with a gym?
It does come with a gym. I'll actually show you that right here. So this gym, as you can see, we have a treadmill. And we have a Bowflex. Remember those things?
Yeah, I love that Bowflex.
That Bowflex. Yeah. We also have an archery range at the outside.
I like archery. I like archery.
I see that.
I think shoot with an arrow, right? We can get in there.
Yeah, we can definitely get in there. We can definitely.
Yeah.
So
Make sure you're selling me that right house.
Yeah. All right, and scene. Cool. Great job, Jason. So now I would guess which were the communication styles. So I'm going to guess that we started with passive aggressive. Then I'm going to guess we went to aggressive. And then I'm going to guess we went to assertive?
It's flipped. Assertive and then aggressive.
Okay, okay. All right, good job. Good job. Those are tricky ones. They're tricky ones to
I try to push it with the shooting you with the arrow as being aggressive, but my tone actually didn't match, so it confused you.
Yeah, yeah. So I think that one's gonna be a fun build for people, and to do it in the Realtor context that we're already comfortable with. I think it can be a nice one.
I will say something that's very, very important is after this exercise, make sure you bring them out of it in a new energy. Hey, like, what did it feel like to be spoken like that? And then be like, now it's talking like a really nice way and excited way, and kind of play off of that. Because this lesson in particular will bring people into emotions that maybe they're used to hearing at home, or like that bring up things for them, or that they're used to. And it's not that any of these is like fundamentally right or wrong. It's more that there's a time and a place for these, and there's a time and a place for being passive and assertive, and that you should know what it feels like and be conscious about it, so that when you're doing it to other people, maybe it's not the right thing to do in that situation.
Nice. The last lesson, lesson 11, is on giving and receiving feedback and compliments. Do you want to touch on that briefly?
Yeah. Okay, growing healthy relationships. This is another one, and this is probably one of the most fundamental aspects of just SEL in general. I think one of the things that is like really trying to push is this idea of how to give critical feedback and do it in a way where someone can accept it, where they can take it in, they can use it proactively, and it's not an attack on their identity. We're going to be building on the skills, getting to this point, and so tone plays a really big one in this. We're also going to be talking about accepting compliments as well, because a lot of times, we're not really taught how to take in a compliment going through our life. And so if we get into pushing away compliments, like, oh, you did so great today. I did okay. You push that away, and now you're hanging on to your own thoughts, which are, I didn't do that great, and they don't know what they're talking about, and that becomes your belief. And so having, being able to teach this is, I think, like a really crucial skill.
All right. We have two main activities in this section. We're going to play them briefly. So we'll have you let's have you stand up in your pairs and your partners. This game is called gift giving. Okay, so you and your partner are going to give each other some gifts, okay? So right behind each of you, you have like a pile of little gifts, or maybe they're big gifts, just a pile of presents that you actually brought today to give to your partner. So what you're going to do is one at a time, you're going to turn around, you're going to pull the box, you're going to go give your partner the box, say, I got you something. You're going to take it, and then you're going to unwrap it. And I want you to try not to plan what is in the gift before you open it, and like let your imagination see what's in the box. Like see if like when you open it, you actually can like, you can see if it has weight, you can like look at it, mess around with it. And then Tessa would say, oh my gosh, you got me A, or you got me A, and you're going to name what I gave you. So just like imagine something. What did I get you?
A crystal ball.
A crystal ball. So she said, oh, you got me a crystal ball. She's going to be delighted by that. She's choosing to be delighted. I'm going to say why I got her a crystal ball. I was so thoughtful about that. Yeah, I got you a crystal ball because I know that you are really spiritual when it comes to crystals, and this is like your special crystal color. Yes. Yeah, and it's perfect, right? So then Tessa would go behind her, and she would get a gift for me. So the rhythm goes, a gift is given, I name what it is, oh my gosh, you got me A. And then the person says, why, that was a perfect gift for you. and then you thank them for giving that to you. All right, so let's try to exchange a couple gifts.
Oh my God. That is so cool. You got me a Super Bowl.
It's actually a pleasure because I know
Oh my God, my kids are going to love this, especially when they're Thank you. Oh God, you got right off them. Thank you so much. Okay. You got me a Bluetooth motorcycle helmet. How did you know I wanted a motorcycle? Oh, I am totally going to do that. You need to share the link on Spotify. That way, I'll always think of you while I'm playing the playlist. Thank you so much. Really, you want to give me a motorcycle? I'll take one.
So, we're having a good debrief, but I hope it was fun. It was fun. Last activity, one of Jason's my favorite games, is called Dolphin Training. I need one volunteer.
I wanted to be a dolphin trainer.
All right. Thank you.
I have a dolphin too.
Okay. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Okay. Can I have you go out of the room for just a minute? And Jason's going to come and get you in just a second.
Earmuffs.
Okay. I probably should have explained it before she went out, but it's okay. Can you go explain what's going to happen?
Yes.
We are going to, we're going to try to get Becca to do some sort of action. This action can be like, we want her to like put her finger on her head and like spin around 10 times. It could be like, we want her to do a push-up. It could be like, we want her to like sit in a stool and spin around. We could get her to try to like say the alphabet. Any like action. What do we want her to do? So let's come up with something. What's an action we could get her to do?
Sitting in a chair and spinning around. That's the easiest.
Okay, so like sitting, so we want her to sit in a chair. How many times do we want her to spin around? 3 times. 3 times, okay. So we want her to sit in a chair and spin around 3 times. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna sit audience style. So let's all sit over here. She's gonna come in the room, and the only things we're gonna say, we're either gonna be silent or we're gonna give her a ding if she does anything that is like in the direction of that action. So it's like, 1 second. So like if she's walking towards the chair, like we're all gonna start dinging. Okay. But if like she walks away from the chair, we'll just be silent.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so yeah, so it's like hot and cold. The only information we can give her is dings.
Okay. Dings.
All right.
Oh no.
That's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. We can leave it there. Leave it there.
All right,
So let's start by just being like silent.
Okay.
Ding.
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 Ding. Ding.
Ding.
Ding. Ding.
Ding.
Ding.
It's okay, it's okay. Just try exploring different things, right? So we haven't given you dings on this kind of stuff. So ding.
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 Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding 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 ding. All right. Oh man, that's the best. It's the best. It's the best. How was that? How was that?
It was good. I think I was like really set on that one because I was like, well, okay, when I move my legs that way, and then I was like, oh no, yeah.
Oh, there's so okay. I want to play it one more time if it's cool with you all because there's a second iteration I want to teach real quick as the last activity. One thing I will point out and why we put this in this feedback section is like it's uncomfortable to just hear silence, but what we want to encourage people is like silence is also feedback. Like in this game, we construct that to mean like negative feedback or like critical, but it's also we're giving you information if we're being silent. And so to reframe that as like that's not a bad thing. They're just helping me get to the goal. And we also, as the people giving feedback, need to think about what is our feedback communicating. Because clearly we realized when we started dinging this, she was like, oh, I'm on to something with this. And we're all thinking, oh, no, we're not, right? And so it's also about what is our feedback communicating. This time I'm going to need 2 volunteers. This is going to be the last activity we're going to do for the whole day. 2 volunteers, yes. 1 other person who's going to be a dolphin partner. Yes. Okay, Jason, you get the action. I'm going to help them, tell them what they're doing. And you're going to just do what she did. Try to get some dings, try to see what happens. Mm-hmm. And then at about 45 seconds, I'm going to say switch, okay? And then you guys are going to have to switch positions. You're going to like go to the back room and turn your back on the scene. She's going to come and switch positions with you. And you're going to have about 10 seconds as you're passing. And I want you to communicate to her, okay, I got a ding when I did this. They were silent when I went over here. So like try doing something over there.
Okay.
So when you're not on stage, you're facing away from the scene, so you don't know like what he's getting dings for.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna say switch. You're gonna come and be like, all right, what'd you get? What'd you get? Oh, yeah, okay.
Nice.
All right. And then I'm gonna try. You're gonna turn your back. Then we'll switch again. All right. And we'll see how long it takes you guys to get it. All right.
Cool.
Okay. Let me see where we're at. All right. Let's do it. What's up? Okay. So. About like I'm going to see probably 45 seconds or so, I'm going to call switch. And then they're going to have like a 10, 15 second interval where they're going to communicate information to each other about what they found out. Did you tell them that was what's happening?
Yeah, more or less. I didn't know.
Okay, so this is our dolphin pair. Remember, you turn around so you have no idea what he's getting dings for. Okay? And
Ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding.
switch. Okay, I'll give you 10 seconds. All right, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding.
And switch. When you guys are communicating, communicate out loud because that will help us people giving feedback. Communicate, so suggestion would be communicate out loud because based on what you're telling him, that's giving them information about how you're reading what they're saying. You know what I mean? Cool.
Okay, cool.
All right, so keep going.
Ding, 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 ding.
Ding. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding.
And switch. Communicate out loud. Communicate out loud.
Standing by the cookie thing, to the right of the camera and facing the mic a whole bunch of things and then it stopped. So I think we're supposed to do something there.
Okay.
Ding, 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 ding.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding.
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 Switch. Switch.
I don't know, it's the same thing as last time, like I really don't know what else to do. I started to do this, and I got to dig.
You got ding ish.
What are they trying to
Someone said ding ish.
Ding. 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 Ding.
Yeah! You gotta celebrate with your celebrate. You gotta celebrate with your teammate. Celebrate with your teammate. No, you go do one so we get to celebrate for you too. Celebrate for her too as she does it. Woo! All right, let's come into our circle. Let's come into our circle. That is gonna wrap up our time together. Oh, cool. That is Dolphin Training, which is amazing. It is 4:04. We want to get you out of here as quickly as possible. So what you're going to have is you're going to have these packets. They're going to have step-by-step explanations of all the activities we ran today, as well as some of like the debrief points and like key concepts for the games. They're going to have the key vocabulary for each lesson. And we're also going to cut up the video today. Hopefully we got most of it. There were occasionally times when like the camera stopped or we had to go over there, but we're going to get as much as we can cut up in either like a YouTube video that you can quickly scroll through and get to each activity. So the pamphlets, we'll have a digital version of that as well. And you can continue to use us as a resource. So we're going to make sure that Liz gets you our email addresses. If you ever want to reach out, if you ever need like a consult when it comes to like, oh, what was that game you did again? Like, what was the key point you want to take away? We know this is going to be like an experiment to try to take everything we did here. I mean, we did like 40 activities. I mean, it was a packed day. Now taking those to other people to train, we know it's like, this is an experiment. We're trying it. And so we don't know exactly how it's going to go, how this like transfer of knowledge is going to go. But like, please don't hesitate to reach out and like keep us in the loop, because like we love doing this stuff and we love bringing these competencies into schools. It's like one of our missions as humans. And so like, please lean on us, because we think this is just such important stuff and we'd love to support you as you're bringing it to your students. That's it.
That was amazing.
Thank you so much. I hope you had fun. I hope you had fun. Maybe let's bring it in real quick. On 3, what are we saying?
I said Armio, but
Let's say Dolphin on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Dolphin!
Dolphin!
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.